We have 16 people, so we are missing several people, but I'm sure we will. Well, all of a sudden now we have 18. So I'm sure that we will be getting more people on the coming minutes and seconds. 17 people, 18. All right, there we go. Good morning, everyone.
Happy Friday.
Good
Happy
morning.
Friday, Kay.
Good morning, everyone.
I see Laura and Cindy and Adam, Camille. Jamara is here in the office. I just saw her a
Good
moment ago.
morning.
Leela. All right. Today is going to be a very good, productive, exciting day. One of my very favorite mega modules, actually, because of the sheer amount of videos and content that we're going to be sharing with you today. A lot of what we've gone over in these first 2 weeks have been mindset. Break through shatter the glass ceiling, prove to you that there is a massive amount of money to be made, make you understand that the amount of money that you can make in real estate is not specific to the market that you're in, but specific to the focus that you have on which part of the market to focus your attention on. Are we a buyer market? Focus on buyers. Are we a seller's market? Focus on sellers. Finding the opportunity and knowing how to find the opportunity in any market. And then once you've got the mindset, you understand the opportunity, you know how much money there's to make, you know that there's nothing stopping you, that you don't possess something, you don't lack something that you need to possess, rather, in order to be successful, that you have it all. Then we show you how important it is to focus on your spheres, to make your calls. And then we start giving you the tips and tricks on how to layer on that new foundation that we have, getting out there in the world with your scripts and your role play and having conversations with your spheres. Now, on Wednesday's class, we often have breakthroughs happen on Wednesday's class. And I saw a lot of light bulbs go off and a lot I think more than anything, just a a lessening of the fear of calling our spheres and more of an awareness that that is the business and it's a fun business and it shouldn't be something that we should be afraid of. It's actually something that we should embrace and primarily focus our attention on because that's where the money is going to come from. And it's funny how before that day, often we focused our attention on something completely different, but then we get through that portion of mega, and then all of a sudden, poof, we're in a different mindset. How many of you made some calls after our class and been continuing with your calls? Ever?
I have
Amelia? Laura? Camille? All right. I'm gonna ask a couple questions, but I was just curious who's making calls, so thank you for making the calls. Camille, last week, you earlier this week, you went to a city council meeting. And I know that you guys got my email. It's always this week where all the city council meetings are typically happening. So I send it out. You guys got that link. And I also saw yesterday some Realty Texas agents at other city council meetings. So Camille, you were first out the gate to go do it first. So I want you to speak first about going to your city council meeting. Was that the first time you'd ever been to a city council meeting from the perspective of a real estate agent going there to infiltrate?
Yeah, from the perspective good morning, y'all. Yes, definitely from the perspective of a real estate agent. I've been there before because I've always stayed involved in my community wherever I go. So I just always want to know what's going on or whatever the case might be. So, but this was different. So, fortunately for me, when I showed up, that was the evening they were recognizing the local high school graduates who are going directly into the military in a month or a couple of months. So that gave me the opportunity to break the ice. Hey, look, how y'all doing? And congratulate them and all that. Got to talk to the mayor with them. Got to talk to some of the councilmen with them also. So that was very interesting. And of course, they got me talking about my years of service, and I'm transitioning into real estate and all that wonderful stuff. And wanting to work with the community. The chief of police was there also, and they have a citizens program that they start, in another month or so. So I'm going to get to be a part of that and all that. And so it was interesting. It was a way to break away. I'm in the military, but I'm going into real estate, right? Talking to everybody and that sort of stuff. So that was a very good one.
So, class, did you hear what Camille just said? She went to her city council meeting and she was having conversations with the chief of police and the mayor. That is the audience that you want to surround yourself with. How many of you have ever read Kirby Hensley's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie? So,
Very long time ago.
okay, well, let's go back to that and think about a sentence in that book that I will never forget. Show me your friends and I will show you your future. One of the most impactful, truest statements of all time. We are going to surround ourselves with city council members and the mayor and the police chief. And these community leaders are invested in the success of our communities. And real estate is at the heart of community, helping people get a roof over the head, trusted advisors, fiduciaries. These are important things. A couple of you have said things like, in Mega, things like, well, not all agents are bad, not all agents are scum, which was literally a soundbite that I've taken out of Mega. I've never actually had a Mega student come to me with the perception before and said that not all agents are scum, which tells me that their perception is many of them are. Which blew me away. And I have not forgotten who that is and what they said. And I'm still sort of just taken back by it. Only because in about 2018, the National Association of Realtors did a study, and the real estate professional was ranked just under used car salesman. And we have been trying very, very hard to remap that perception, because that should not be the perception at all, because it's quite the opposite. And it just shows you how bad the real estate agent is at showing their value, because the majority of the 5% that does 95% of the business are some of the most wholesome, polite, respectful people, giving people that I've ever known. People who spend their entire day giving back to the food bank and being involved in the community and trying to raise the bar of professionalism, maybe not in real estate, but in the life and the people that they surround. And by nature of doing that, raising the bar of professionalism in our profession. And so if I'm going to breed successful real estate agents, one, I want them to have the right mindset going into it, understanding what it is that they do. But number two, to surround themselves with community leaders and dig into the community and know what's going on. Trek wants us to have geographic competency, subject matter competency, and property specific competency, which simply means they want us to know our cities, our product, and our craft inside and out. And if we don't know those three things, then we need to have someone hold us by the hand and walk us down that path until we have it. But getting in an audience with those city council members and getting in I'm going to want you, the rest of you who've attended these, to also share. But thank you, Camille, for not just being there, but by understanding and getting it, that we need to take photos. We need to post those photos on our socials. We need to do a reel afterwards and share the knowledge that we got from being there in the first place. If I go to Washington, D.C. for the National Association of Realtors as a director and I learn a whole bunch of stuff and I don't share it with anyone, what is the good of me being a director of NAR? If I'm on our MLS committee and I'm learning all of this stuff about MLS and I'm not sharing it with anyone, what is the purpose of me being on it in the first place? We're supposed to be assimilating information, as much of it as we can, and sharing it with those people. Do you remember when I read to you the Code of Ethics preamble? It literally says in there that the heart of what we are is to learn about our craft and share it with others, including our fellow real estate agents. So part of your craft is going to be learning about your community and sharing it with your spheres. so that they can see that you're at these meetings and that you share the information that you learn at these meetings to propagate. I can promise you that the city council meetings are no different than our realtor organization, no different than any other organization, which is screaming to try to get information out, but it's going on deaf ears because people are just at the saturation point of information and they just can't take any more in. And so you have an audience, and those audience participants are watching what you're doing, and they see you now at the city council meeting. So thank you, Camille, for putting that information out there. We need to do more of that. Not only do we need to be there with our name pad badge, shaking hands and getting to know people so they know our face and get to know who we are, and then consistently go, but after we're done, walk out of that room and do a reel or a post or a bomb or a video and post it to our socials and then blast it out to our clients. Hey, I was at the city council meeting last night. If you missed it, here's what you missed. Do you think there's going to be some value in that? Camille.
Just to follow up on that, Jack, also, again, I lived here before I just moved back, so I was very, very involved in the local community, especially school, because both my kids played sports. Yeah, I mean, basketball, football, you name it. So I was the booster club, everything. So I called up the coach yesterday, the new head coach for the girls basketball program. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm back. And he was so excited because I'm a workaholic volunteer, right? He was so excited. And he said, I'm like, I'm transitioning from the military and I'm reconnecting with all of you guys so y'all can help me build my business. And he said, no, 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 Miss Camille, no, Miss Camille. I'm privileged that you call, right? I'm good privileged that you came back and all that sort of stuff. Definitely come on over, because I said I was reaching out to my connects. He said, no, 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 no. You're my connect. Come on in. Right. And that. So it's just reaching back out to the community. You serve them, they remember you, and it's easier to talk to them.
The city council, the mayor, the chief of police, the fire chief, these people who are in these positions, they need people that simply want to do good, that simply want to share the message, that simply want to be part of the community and raise the bar of the community. They need those people. And you would be surprised at how few people there are that have that that presence, that's their goal. People show up because they're upset about an issue. People show up because they're mad about something. When the city council has a bunch of people sitting in front of them in the chairs, when they show up, they're like, "Uh-oh, what do we do now?" Because they're afraid that, they got the pitchforks showing up with people about ready to burn down the house. And when people show up because they just want to learn about the community and what's going on, that's kind of what the city council members thought was going to happen when they ran for their positions. And then all of a sudden it was chirp chirp and no one seems to care until they're mad, but they assume that everything's going well. And when things are going well, they don't show up. As my HOA president, I can tell you that that's 100% true. When everything is going well, like it always is, nobody shows up. But as soon as something goes wrong, everyone shows up screaming and yelling. And so we need those people to show up on the good days and take the information that's being shared and share it out. And that's a message that you can carry as a real estate sales agent and not only elevate your position in the community as a respectful citizen who cares about the community, but more importantly, get connected with a broader group of people. And as we learned in the Dale Carnegie book, um, show me your friends, I'll show you your future, have a whole new set of people that helps increase our credibility, our street cred. But man, I'll tell you, when you're working with your clients, and you mentioned, last week at the city council meeting, they were talking about this because they just brought up an issue about water or property rights or development in a certain area, and say, yeah, at the planning zoning committee last week, they were actually talking about the new Samsung building, or they were talking about the new Amazon building, and then you share more information with them, they automatically start looking at you as a person with information instead of someone that they're going to teach you how to do your job. They kind of step back and like, okay, this person seems to know what's going on more than me. And that is a pendulum shift in their mind when they start looking at you as a leader and a source of information instead of the real estate agent that they expect not to know anything. That's a very important message that you need to get across to your people, that this is what I bring to the table, which is information about my community and what's going on, and that's very valuable. Raise your hand if you've been to a city council meeting since you've been at Mega. All right, Meg. When's the last time you have been to a city council meeting outside of Mega?
I have never been to a city council meeting outside of Mega. However, I have been to plenty of HOA meetings, and Avery Ranch is like a small city.
Mhm. Well, thank you for going to your city council meeting. So what was your takeaway from attending?
There were several takeaways. I was very fascinated by the Round Rock Police Department's update from 2003, when they compared 2002, 2003, and then up through May 31st of 2004, 24. But the one thing that really stuck out, they did a bunch of really cool things, but the one thing that really stuck out at me was a development that's going to occur at 705 Limmer Loop. And I guess the previous proposal was an open wastewater treatment facility for that area. And there were a ton of people there to speak against that proposal. But I don't think everybody actually listened to the developer's update on that information, because the first speaker got up there and just was, I would say, belligerent. She was quite feisty. And the next neighbor came up to speak and said, I know we've all been very heated about these discussions or these proposals. I don't think my neighbor actually listened to the developer's updates. Their new proposal was to tie in to basically the existing Round Rock sewer lines to go to the wastewater plant instead of having its own open wastewater treatment on site. There were a ton of people that got up and spoke, and everybody was in agreement. This new proposal from the developer was the better idea. And they actually passed it at the end, which was fantastic for all of them. They were very excited, but I was surprised by how many people were there just for the one bit of information. And a whole bunch of people had already gotten up and left because there was recognition from some of there's a specific program that Round Rock had been doing that graduated some students. And so a whole bunch of people had already left once they were recognized. So it was, yeah, eye-opening. And after having gone to many Avery Ranch HOA meetings, I wasn't surprised, but I guess I was surprised. I was surprised by how many people got up and spoke.
Yeah, so the water treatment issue in our particular marketplace is a really big deal. 1995 is when they put in the water treatment plant, and they've been out of permit. They have a certain amount of gallons per hour that they're allowed to treat, and they're permitted for that. And Round Rock has been over permit, so they are working in really outside their capacity in legality. It's just a really big issue. Even in my HOA, we get water treatment plant that irrigates our land in our HOA. We pay for that reclaimed water, and in our reclaimed water, we have Taco Bell packets, of the sauce packets coming through our lines. That it's gotten so bad because they have no way to actually get that water to us. And when our developer put in our community, we didn't have inline filtration systems. So as the HOA president, I had to slam on the brakes, go back, have someone put in some filtration devices specifically because the water quality that we're getting from Round Rock is so bad, because Round Rock is grown so quickly that the amount of water being used, we don't have a wastewater system, a filtration system to actually process all that water. So like I said, they've been out of permit, and they've approved the budget to do it. They were supposed to have that in place in 2024, and they've had a lot of issues with getting the new wastewater plant online. And now they're building a third one. So these are the types of things that we should know about, Meg. And thank you for going. I hope that you go on a regular basis.
I actually was able to log into the Cedar Park City Council meeting last night as well. And that was fascinating because they had to debate whether they were going to allow a preschool to be built at Little Elm and Bell. And you wouldn't think there would be that much discussion over a preschool, but there was a lot, like traffic patterns and drop off and pickups, and what is this going to do? And is there going to be a problem with drainage from building on this site? And it was fascinating. There's a school directly across the street. Well, there's actually a nursery and then a school, nursery being garden supplies, and then a school right next to it. So one would think no problem to have a preschool there, but there was a lot of discussion about that one too.
Yeah, there was a massive lawsuit in Cedar Park regarding Cedar Park Town Center when they didn't do a traffic environmental impact study and a traffic study at that intersection, and the developer got sued, and the city got sued, and the mayor, Matt Powell at the time, got kicked to the curb for that entire thing because they didn't do it properly. And there's been fisticuffs in some of our city council meetings in Leander not too long ago, where it was on national news that a couple of the residents of that city was at the city council meeting. He got into a fist fight. So hopefully that's not us. We want to take our notepad and go to these things, take notes or take notes on our iPhone and get the nuggets of information that we're getting. Maybe even they don't really love us to be taking video, but a snapshot, maybe even a quote from the mayor afterwards, maybe even say, hey, mayor, would you just allow me to, take a quick selfie, or have somebody else there and say, would you mind, doing a 5 second, because I have just a couple of questions, and respectfully ask questions and thank them for their service, thank them for what they're doing for the community, and then take that information and share it with the world. So Meg, have you yet done a reel or have done anything on social media to share what you've learned?
I have not yet, but that is a good thing to get done today.
Yep, understood. So when you do that, please share that in your in our Mega Teams group, so that you can get some credit for that as well. Of course, if we're going to go to these things, part of it is surrounding ourselves with people who they get to know us and we get to know them. It broadens our scope. But the most important thing is to take that information and do something with it. Share it out there. It's a great reason for you to blog on your website. We have blogs and vlogs. What's the difference between a blog B and a vlog V? Anyone know?
Yes.
Okay.
A blog is just written. A video blog is you getting on video and basically talking.
I love it. Thank you, Laura. All right. So question, do we have a blog and vlog built into your .me and on your website at Realty Texas?
Yes.
Yes, we do. And who here at Realty Texas is the person that trains you on all of those things?
Yeah.
Woo, woo. Deandra, the one and only, the amazing. And yes, she has been really great at sharing, her doing her Beauty and the Beast marketing. And so we have a monthly blogging, bi-monthly blogging, no, bi-weekly. It's every 2 weeks, blogging class where we ask you guys to come in. And it's no secret that it's after the city council meetings at the end of the month, so that we can take that information and disperse it and get it out there every single month. Hey, everyone, this is Camille. Just went to our city council meeting, and this is what's going on in our community if you missed it. This is Meg. I want to talk to you guys what's going on. Hey, I hit up the city council meeting in Round Rock and Cedar Park. We got some exciting news going on the water filtration system and the city's wastewater treatment center. And guess what's going on over in Cedar Park? We got a preschool going on over at Bell and this cross street, and there's a lot of concerns about traffic counts, but these are really great information to provide people. And what you will find is you will get people actually calling you about this stuff as if you're a city council member yourself and asking you questions. And then you say, you know what, that's a great question. Let me look into that and get back with you, and call your city council member. Hey, I've been attending your city council meetings and I've been putting out video blogs, and I've got members of the community asking me questions. Can I ask you a few questions about this? Next thing you know, your city council members are going to be talking to you, trying to find out what your positions are on a certain thing to make sure that you're going to be supporting them, because they know that you have an audience, and that audience is going to go out there. And now all of a sudden you got city council members calling you. Who here thinks that's a really good position for you to be in? Powerful. Raise your hand. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Camille. Who else? Because I saw more than 2 hands go up about your city council meetings. Who else attended their city council meeting? I know I saw 4. All right, a million.
Amelia and Mike were with me yesterday at the Round Rock one.
Nice. Mr.
So,
Pope.
yeah, so what fascinated me this again, I mean, I'm so sorry. I have to admit that was my first city council meeting. It was a new experience for me. But what struck me is that, you know, there are a bunch of students there that they got acknowledged. And then one of them, oh, they had these programs, early college, high school, since 5 years ago. And then some of the graduates were there and are being acknowledged. And then I said to Meg, I said, well, this is where my son is going to go, you know? So actually the program is it's been established and very successful. So, and also they talk about this, the tragedy with the special needs. So, I mean, all the things that they talk relate to me. So I'm very excited beside all the things that Meg shared. So that's very fascinating to go.
Oh, I love it. How many of you never considered the importance of going to a city council meeting in your role as a real estate agent? Never occurred to you? Raise your hand. Okay. How many of you now realize it's a no-brainer? Okay. These are the types of things that real estate sales agents don't even think about, that someone who's in leadership is going to help you guys drive your attention to things that you have not even considered. Being at the city council meeting should be something that you guys always attend. I recommend dressing to impress and going in person. I think it's really important, not just because you want to get the information, but because you want the city council meetings and and all of our elected officials to see you. And I'm going to throw something out to you that's going to be very profound and maybe something you haven't thought, but maybe in the back of the recesses of your mind, as you were sitting there, you were thinking, maybe I should run for a seat on my city council. Maybe I should be up there having these conversations and being at that level in my community. And of course, that's exactly where we're going with this. Being a leader means that you take charge and you think to yourself, you know what? I want to make sure that I'm the one that's guiding our city in the right direction. I want to get involved in that level. I want to be a leader in my community. And there is a massive amount of value that goes into that. Texas Realtors, your state association, has a program to help our realtor members win elections. Your realtor association has a GA committee at every local level in the entire state. How many of you know what the GA stands for and that your local realtor association has one? Raise your hand if you know what GA stands for. Meg?
General Assembly?
Nope. Close.
General Association.
Nope. Governmental affairs. Every single one of your realtor organizations, ABOR, HAR, Williamson County, Four Rivers, Highland Lakes, Waco, all of them, your local associations. Now, I'm not talking about MLSs right now. I'm talking about your association. Every realtor belongs to a primary association. You have to have a primary in order to be a realtor, in order to be a realtor member. And that primary has jurisdiction for the footprint where they have a jurisdiction from NAR. Williamson County's jurisdiction is Williamson County. And when candidates are running for public office, they actually go to Williamson County Association of Realtors and we ask them questions. We actually have what's called candidate interviews. And we interview the candidates and we find out what their positions are. And if they're pro real estate, the purple party kicks in. And guess what we do? We throw money behind their campaign and help them get them elected. On Wednesday, I gave you guys a statistic of the supported candidates that we have in real estate and our success rate of getting them in their chair. Do you remember what that statistic was? 99.9%. We have a near 100% getting candidates in positions, but they're going to ask you the tough questions like why? And what are you going to do? And what's your platform? And what are your take on these different issues? And so these candidate interviews are not a joke. And Cindy Bell has sat in on many, many, many of these candidate interviews. So Cindy, you want to give them a little insight of what a candidate interview looks like from the association perspective?
Yeah, sure. So, if you choose to do something like this, I would suggest getting with Texas Realtors before you jump 2 feet in. Texas Realtors has a downloadable.
No, not that side.
Oh.
From the purview of interviewing candidates.
Oh, it's interesting. Oh my gosh, the people that come in, I'd say be prepared. Be prepared because we're going to be asking questions that are going to be relating around real estate, and it runs the gambit on how they come in. Some people don't show up, so be professional, be educated, and you're going to get some really good questions. They're going to go to the heart of real estate and home ownership and keeping people in their homes. Part of the real estate, part of our job is to keep houses over people's heads, or having the ability to have housing over their heads, or keeping their businesses open.
Oh, okay. So I'm still not being specific.
All right.
Explain to them why they want to be on the GA committee and be there
Oh, I thought you meant from the
interviewing
perspective of being a
candidates.
candidate. Sorry.
No. Of showing up at the Realtor Association and interviewing candidates, what kind of questions we ask, and that whole process.
Yes, so there is a government affairs committee that you can choose to sign up for at Williamson County. It's really easy because you just show up. I can't speak for every association throughout the state. I'm speaking just specifically on Williamson County. And you will be a part of the process of vetting candidates. You will be a part of the process of drawing up questions. You'll be a part of the process of being assigned, going to certain city council meetings and gathering information and bringing that back to the committee. It is a great way in that committee to be on the forefront. Like what they're talking about at the city council meetings, you get basically a 411, but you get all of that about all the communities that are in Williamson County. So it's a great way to get a data download on a monthly basis of what's going on in your community, because other agents are just as committed as you are in that committee to be on the ground level, grassroots level of what's going on, whether it's the ISD, whether it's the city council, the county commissioner, all of those things that feed into your ability to be an educated real estate agent in front of your clients about what's going on in our community. Did that answer your question?
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to have them hear someone else's perception and perspective of what happens, what's going on in real estate as it terms to GA and governmental affairs, and that it is
fun. I mean, if you're into that, it's a lot of fun. What I feel like my biggest value that I've learned as a real estate agent in my career is being a part of association and being plugged in. I learned more things about real estate being plugged in a committee at your association than anywhere almost. I mean, not necessarily here. We learn a lot here, but stuff on the ground about what's happening. That is your conduit of what's happening in your community.
And National Sales, thank you, Cindy. Sometimes we think we're really great sales agents and then we're really great real estate agents and that we're number one, but then we start showing up to these things and realize that there are agents that are out there in the world that are in a whole other level, that they're operating in an entire another universe than we are, and we had no idea even that was going on. How many of you realize that if you are in real estate, then politics is your business? How many of you have ever heard that or had any idea that that is 100% true? How many of you have never heard that before? National Association of Realtors is telling you, so is Texas Realtors and all of your local associations, that at the end of the day, we are helping people own a slice of America, which is private property rights. And private property rights is our business. Property taxes is our business. HOAs is our business. The free prosperous people, where the highest and best use of the land is essential for uh, for for communities to move forward, as it says in our code of ethics. Real estate politics is our business if we are in real estate. We are licensed under the law. People are buying and selling homes. And it's very important to understand that politics is a nasty word in this world. But what is so amazing, and the reason why we have been so successful through the federation of the state, local, and federal national realtor organization, is because we're not party specific. We stay out of party politics. We focus on private property rights. And that's something everyone can get behind. Everyone gets behind private property rights. So for us to be showing up at our city council meetings, learning about what's going on in our communities, and sharing that information out there in a productive, respectful way that's not divisive, that's not taking a political stand on something that is going to segment you, because no matter what is going on in the world today, 50% of the people are going to hate it and 50% of the people are going to love it. Now, I'm going to tell you the real statistic. 33% are going to be mad. 33% are going to be happy, and 33% don't care. That has been the statistic that is true across the board in any political situation that's going on. So maybe taking a stand and being politically divisive is going to put you in a bucket of 33%, which means 66% of the people are not going to look at you favorably. That's not what we're going for, guys. I'm not going to tell you not to follow your passions and follow your heart, but I am going to say, if you're a professional and your goal is to be part of your community and elevate your position, then simply taking the information and sharing it as a reporter, a respectable reporter would, back when journalism was a respected profession, we take that information and we provide the facts of what we learned, not the position that we may have of it. Does that make sense? Okay. Kay, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was just noticing that I signed up for the city of Pflugerville email, and they've been sending me email about city council meetings. It was right under my nose, and I've never noticed this all these meetings that happen on the 11th. There was a council meeting, and now there's an open house happening on the 18th, where on Piccadilly Drive, there is a central, the Commerce, they have an open house. So basically to just, if anyone else is interested in going with me, it's from 11:30 to 1:30, or they also have a 4 to 6, but it's the open house to just talk about this Commerce Drive, town, commercial, locations on, in Pflugerville.
How many of you have ever gone to the realtytexas.me and clicked on this little link for agents map? How many of you have ever seen this? Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And what is this map showing you? You might even...
Where agents live.
Location of our agents.
Uh-huh. So we've got Camille, you're still in Bryan College Station. We've got agents all over the place. And so if you're in San Antonio, maybe you're going to go to the city council meeting. Maybe you're going to reach out to some people that are around you that maybe want to go. If you're in Houston, you can see where all of your agents are, reaching out to the city council, but your fellow agents, and see if they want to go. Don't be afraid to reach out to some of your fellow agents that are in the marketplaces that we serve, because as a brokerage, we are a statewide brokerage. We are not Austin. We are not Houston. We are not San Antonio. We are not Waco. We are Texas. And I have an army of agents all across this state going to their city council meetings, learning about what's going on in their community, and getting back with us and letting us know what's going on in their communities and sharing that information out with the communities. Nothing can be more powerful if we can organize this and get this right. If we get this right, every single one of you that's been at your city council meeting and learns information and shares that out on your socials, and we let them know that Realty Texas is building leaders, that we're responsible for putting in the ear of every single one of our sales agents to please go to their city council meeting and learn what's going on and share that message out there. And that's not what brokerages do. That is a very unique thing that Realty Texas does because of the positions that I'm in and the direction that I've come to into real estate and landed my positions here through my journey as being on the board of directors of a local association, being a president of a local association, being a chairman of a local association, being a regional vice president of Texas Realtors, and an NER director. And as I've gone through all of these decades of experience, like Cindy Bell has as well, and many other agents here, including Kim Dale and Suzanne Gantner and others, Victoria Reveal, who've all been past presidents of our realtor organization, they have seen the candidate interviews, they've seen the GA forums, they go to winter meeting at Texas Realtors in Austin in February, and they go to their GA meetings and they listen to what's going on that year, especially on the hill on the legislative session years, and listen to what's going on in real estate and learning about what's going on in real estate, learning about what's going on the proposed ballots for maybe certain things that are coming down the pike to increase the homestead exemption from 40,000 to 100,000. Imagine for a moment if you 2 years ago were following this track of what Texas Realtors was trying to do, and Texas Realtors is 100% solely unilaterally responsible for increasing the homestead exemption, meaning that homeowners in Texas now enjoy $100,000 pre-tax savings. They take $100,000 off the assessment of their home before they apply the tax rate for homesteads. They're responsible for increasing it from 40,000 to 100,000. Imagine if you were broadcasting that out to all your people. But that we recommend that you vote yay for Prop 2. I think that was actually Prop 1. We recommend that you vote yes for Prop 1 because this is going to increase your property tax exemption from 40,000 to 100,000. For most homeowners in Texas, that's going to save $1,000 a year in your pocket from taxes. That was a very important message for us out there. And then also the HOA reform. Raise your hand if you believe that HOA reform is needed in Texas. Guess what? That's not a divisive issue. Increasing the homestead exemption is not a divisive issue. It's not a politic. It wasn't a partisan politic party issue. Neither was the HOA reform. These are things that the Purple Party get involved in. And in February and during winter meeting, I recommend you go to Texas Realtors winter meeting and go to the GA forum. How many of you have ever been to Hill Visit? And raise your hand if you don't know what Hill Visit is. Okay, did you know that realtors from all across the state of Texas, somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 realtors from all across the entire state of Texas goes to the Austin Capitol on the same day. We all wear purple. They know we're coming. They're appreciative that we're coming. Texas Realtors will have had their attorneys read every single line of every single proposed legislation that's happening that year. We've got positions on every single one of them. We've done candidate interviews in every single city, in every single town, in every single county across the entire state. Candidate interviews happened in every single one of them from the Realtor organization. We have our realtor-friendly candidates, and we go there and we sit with our elected officials and we hand them a list, not of our demands, but of more importantly, here's what your constituents are looking at in your market. 45 Camille, when I was sitting in John Cornyn's office, he is the chair of the Ways and Means Committee for the VA. That is his job. We handed him a piece of paper that says, in your marketplace, 45% of your constituents are VA. And right now, the VA, with what's going on with the changes in the realtor requirements from the DOJ lawsuit, says that it looks like that VA members will no longer have a battle buddy. They won't be able to have a realtor or a real estate agent helping them. And we think that's a huge mistake. And when we had that conversation, he was in a very unique position as the chair to actually mitigate some change. And within well, I was in DC at our Hill visit, a month ago. VA already changed their tune and came up with massive sweeping changes that's going to completely reverse that, allowing you guys to be able to help a VA borrower. Complete paradigm shift. That 100% came from our Hill visit in DC, because not only do we have Hill visit in Texas at the Capitol, but all 50 states do the same thing. California, every state in the United States, the realtors are doing candidate interviews in their local marketplace, going to their Hill visit, talking with their elected officials, and then we do the same thing where us real estate agents, we all go to DC and we, John Cornyn and all of our elected officials in the state of Texas, all of our reps and our congressmen in our House, we go and we sit in their offices in DC. The same thing there as we do here. And so I would hope that you guys double down on this, because what's going on in your communities is important. What's going on the state level is important, but what's going on in real estate matters on the national level also matters. The Code of Ethics and TREC says that you will be informed on local, state, and national issues affecting real estate. Did you know that that's actually the verbatim information that comes from TREC? That your geographic competency says that you will be informed on local, state, and national issues affecting real estate, that it's part of your requirements as an agent. And our realtor organization does a better job than any other organization in the United States regarding candidate interviews. And now this is your first step. This was you putting your toe in the water of just going to your first city council meeting. But can you see how this is a much bigger issue than ever you may have ever realized before? How many of you have not yet gone to your city council meeting? How many of you are going to promise me that you're going to go to the next one? All
I
right.
signed up for 2 meetings, Jack, one on the 17th and the other one on the 25th. So they have it like 3 times a month in Pflugerville.
Austin, HAR, they have weekly city council meetings, whereas some of the smaller cities have them monthly. So you're right. So that's why I sent out the link to all of the different major metros so that you can see when those meetings occur. Yes, it's great to get the information and share it. So in a pinch, you can just either watch one of the recorded videos or watch the live stream. But there's so much more value by actually showing up to the meeting and being seen and feeling the entire experience, because you hear what happens before the start and after the start. Sometimes you can't hear what's going on the video because the council members are talking to each other and you're able to hear, but you're also able to meet them and they're able to meet you and see your face. So please go, not just attend on the live stream, which, you know, if I'm going to pick that over nothing, obviously that, but as a broker and as your mega instructor, my job is to help you see things that you don't. And one of those things is that you are a leader. Politics is your business, and getting out there and attending these meetings, learning all that you can about what's going on in your community and sharing that on your socials. That's step 1. Step 2 is I'm going to be encouraging you guys to go to winter meeting for Texas Realtors to learn what's going on. And we have, I mean, do you know we've had before his death, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, we've had Laura Bush, we had former presidents talking in front of the realtor organization with us in the room and listening to them speak on matters that's going on in real estate. Fascinating. And when you're in those rooms, it really, really kind of affects you. And this pen that I have, it comes with a little topper that says President Circle. If you pay $2,000 extra, which is a lot of money, but you spend that extra $2,000 a year, those $2,000 actually go to candidates. So on the RPAC website, you're going to give mostly $500 to different candidates. So hopefully you know who you're giving your money to. And the candidates, when you give them money, send you handwritten thank you cards. And now I know all of these candidates that I've been supporting over the years, and Bill Flores was one of them. Thank you so much for your generous contribution to my re-election campaign. Your support means a lot to me during these crazy times in politics. I'm grateful for friends like you who have my back. Thank you, Bill Flores, the House District 17. These are relationships that we're building by helping these guys get into the positions of power. But you know what? Texas Realtors already did their homework. They already said, these people have our back. These are the pro people that you want to put your money behind. And they give us a list of pro real estate candidates that are trying to get elected. And you go to the PAC website and it shows you what their goals are. And we give our money to those candidates. And now we have more relationships than we've ever had before. And so I recommend the President Circle, because the President Circle has a conference once a year that we go to. And that's where we heard directly from, like I said, Condoleezza Rice. She was a Secretary of State. Colin Powell, who was a Secretary of State. Hillary Clinton back in the day also spoke with us. They actually, former President Trump actually showed up at one of these events and actually talked to us too while he was president, which was fascinating to see him talking in front of the realtor organization. I was just kind of deer in the headlights as that was going on, but I've got pictures of myself in that room hearing him talk. And it just blows your mind that you find yourself in these rooms as a real estate agent, never realizing that this professional is going to lead you there. Today's class is going to be a lot about this. We're going to talk a lot about your perception, the community's perception of you, how we're going to get video out to the communities. Today's all about that. Today is about reputation management and how you can, as a real estate, decimate your reputation and absolutely obliterate it and wish that you had done things differently. Or you could use all of these things to elevate your reputation in the community and be a respected leader. And today is about things that you can do to elevate it versus things that you can do to decimate it. And I'm going to show you videos today of real estate agents who had a platform and they used their platform for divisiveness. And actually, one of them was indicted on a federal level and went to prison. And I'm going to show you who that was. And I'm going to show you some videos of her being divisive. I'm going to show you what not to do, because today is a day of all days that you guys understand the importance that we're trying to elevate our position and standing in the community, not decimate it. Mr. Pope.
Yes, I just want to say that the Round Rock City Council meeting, I was really impressed and now feel obligated to try to tell you, to let everybody at TradePac know, to let all the real estate community know that some legislation that had been passed recently is allowing developers to buy a big parcel of land in an ETJ and then opt out of that ETJ. And then that allows them to put in a packaged sewer treatment plant. And that's what was the focus of that city council meeting last night. And luckily, the city of Round Rock had a sewer line close enough that the city of Round Rock, even though this development is not in their ETJ, is going to allow them to tie into the city sewer so that the adjacent community, which is in Round Rock, won't have this packaged sewer treatment plant right there, which is adjacent to an elementary school and a couple of neighborhoods in Round Rock.
So your PAC, your state association, has a committee called the Impact Fund. It's also called, it used to be called Issues Mobilization. I liked that name better, but they've recently renamed it back to Impact. It is a fund of about $7 million that is in a fund where grassroots advertising and marketing is available to attack certain issues that hit us in Texas. We've used it for the insurance situation, about short-term rental situation, about registration and HOAs requiring that they send a copy of the lease agreement to the HOA. We've used Issues Move to attack that. Candidates that were divisive for real estate were able to use it to make sure that they were not elected, and a host and a median of other things. In fact, even the City Park Town Center was part of the Issues Mob. Issues that are going on in your local city government, those are reported to Texas Realtors. Texas Realtors attorneys look at it, and then they can use the Empath Fund, or AKA Issues Mobilization, and they have money to create a campaign where they start doing calls, direct mailers to residents in that community, and the lobby of the relationships that we have with our FPCs, federal political coordinators, and our state political coordinators. Every agent has assigned federal political coordinator, where that real estate agent is assigned to someone in federal government, and they have a relationship where they share information. Avis Wukash is our FPC for John Cornyn, and it goes on. Every single person in your local office will have a relationship with one of these elected officials, and if something's going on like that, we use the empath funds to go and obliterate it. Okay, so we're going to move on from this conversation. Please, though, put on your calendars to make sure that you attend your next city council meeting. Your future real estate career kind of requires it, almost, knowing that politics is your life. If you are a real estate agent, it is your business. We're going to be doing more breakout sessions today than we ever have. How many of you have been doing a little extra work in your mega minis, trying to learn your value propositions? It's coming at you like a freight train. How many of you are worried and scared and terrified over this project? I'm glad I saw only one hand. Don't be. This is a safe place where we have your back. I know it's a little scary, thinking about getting up in front of everyone and answering the question, why should we hire you? But I think that becomes easier once you guys have completed the project that Lisa's going to be helping you with, which is your goal boards. You're going to feel really different after you've completed your goal board and put in all of that work on your goal board. It's going to really, really, really help you guys. All right, I'm going to jump into some stuff here. I'm going to pass over a little bit of this because I want to get past this review, because I really want to jump in to the reputation class. Your spotless reputation. I want to jump back because there's something I missed. We're going to get back to that in a minute. Your reputation should be your most important asset. Your reputation is your most important asset. That means that you have to maintain the relationship, and you maintain your reputation, and you have to figure out how you're going to package your reputation and what you want to be known and associated with, because everyone's going to associate you with something, because that's just how our brains work. We are very good at associating people with a circumstance or a situation or something. Your spotless name is not only the most important asset you have. Think of this statement: too many suffer long-term stains for short-term gains. Your reputation is part of the Albert Einstein quote, "In everything you do, consider the end." So we're going to also be kind of zooming into that through this conversation today. In every conversation you have with a client, being honest and transparent. And if you don't have the answer, let me look into that. Let me do some research on that, because there's a couple things that I want to do some research before I answer that question. Don't say I don't know, because our entire our entire profession is about digging and learning and advising. And if that's our entire profession, we shouldn't be saying, I don't know all the time, because that doesn't matter. It's not a matter of knowing, it's a matter of getting the answer. Let me do some research and let me look into that, because there's some things here I want to double check, because everything's constantly changing. People respect you more if you are inquisitive and wanting to get them an answer. I don't want to tell you the wrong answer is also not what you say. Or I'm going to do some research to make sure I give you the right answer. That's also not what you're doing. Or I don't know is not, you hear people say, well, it's okay. It's better to tell them I don't know. That's not okay either. That's not the world we live in. Let me look into that and get back to you, because there's some things I want to double check. That means I've heard you, I care about you, and I'm going to research this because I care very much about what you're asking me. Take that approach when people ask you things that you need clarity on. And I got a team behind me of people that's got over 100 years of experience. I want to pass that through their filter, and I want to check in with them about this too. I want to see what they're going to say about that as well, because we've got a lot of experience here that can help you with things. You spend a lifetime building your reputation and a lifetime maintaining it. Nothing is more important than your reputation, and you should be considering it's going to be the legacy that you leave behind. I've mentioned this quote a couple times to you before. When I was a kiddo, I had a little wooden plaque on the wall of my bedroom, and it had my name, my family name on it, Stapleton, and it had a little poem under it that said, "You got it from your father. It was all he had to give, so it's yours to use and cherish for as long as you may live. If you lose the watch he gave you, it can always be replaced, but a black mark on your name, son, can never be erased. Make sure you guard it wisely after all is said and done. You'll be glad the name is spotless when you give it to your son." This was a man who went through Vietnam, became a deputy sheriff, and was very known for Bronze Star, Silver Star from Vietnam, but very, I think I was in my 20s, late 20s before I even ever heard a story of Vietnam. I never even knew he had any of these Bronze Stars or things. And actually, I'm going to show you something that is very interesting. I just Wednesday of this week got a text message from someone who I had absolutely no idea who is. And they showed me this, and it's Bronze Star for Heroism, Jack L. Stapleton, Sergeant, PFC. I don't know where this came from, but one of his battle buddies reached out to me trying to get a hold of my dad and sent me this because he came across this. Um, this is a man that was very, very in love with his country and cares about the community and cares about doing the right thing and reputation, and brought me up in that world, that my reputation is my most important asset. Very much wanted me to be a police officer. I took the LAPD oral exam and I got a 97 on my first try, which is impossible. If you come from a law enforcement background, you know that most people don't even pass their oral interviews. And they go to a department that they never want to work in and do that 4 or 5 times. And I came out the other side because I had been groomed to be in law enforcement my entire life. It was my passion. It's still in my blood, but I took a completely different route. I ended up becoming a software engineer instead, and then sold that business and became real estate. So, but I'm coming from this world of reputation, and I want to impart that on you in real estate, because just like we may not have thought about going to our city council meeting, sometimes in the throes of everything that we don't realize just how important that everything we do is the reputation that we're going to leave behind. And if you soil your reputation, your real estate career is over. An Article 10 violation, violating fair housing, is an career ending event. And if we want to be in a position where we're making $1 million a year as a community leader, we need to be a community leader. We need to be going to our city council meetings and sharing that information out there and being the go-to person in your community about what's happening in your community. And that means that your reputation, they have to look at you as someone that they respect. What do you want your name to say about you? What do you want your legacy to be? What is your reputation now? How do you treat people? What is your level of integrity? Are you a role model? And are you a leader? If you want to be in this profession, then we have to be thinking about these things, and we have each individually. If someone were to Google you, what would they find? Does your online reputation tell the story that you want it to right now? If I were to Google you, and I use this example and you guys giggle and laugh because it's funny, but there have been agents that I've Googled in the past, and the videos that I found is them doing belly shots on a dancer at a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning. That is what's out there for them. So the question is, do you think that they would rather have videos out there talking about what's going on at their city council meeting in a productive, respectful way, or the 2 a.m. doing shots off a belly dancer? I don't know. It's all for us to say. I've also seen real estate agents with billboards in a bikini. I've also seen that. What exactly are they selling? I'm going to show you those billboards in a moment. The question is, maybe there's not clarity right then. So if we want to be a respected professional, do you think that you can be a respected professional in a bikini on a billboard as a real estate agent? That's not demanding respect, is it? It's demanding something else. It's demanding attention, but maybe not respect. Now, I am all for us being exactly who we are, and being and everyone everyone being free to be exactly who they are without question. I'm never going to stifle that. Assuming you are living your very best life, you're being selfless, honest, with sincerity, and respectable, does your online reputation tell the story? If you want to be respected in real estate, people have to know you for that. And if they Google you, is maybe there's not that going on. Maybe there's just a lot of respectful things going on, but maybe there's nothing about your position in real estate. Maybe you've just transitioned into real estate and everything is about something else. Maybe it's about you being a teacher, or you working for one of our food pantries, or spent your lifetime giving back to our country as now a military veteran and retired military. What does your social presence say? And I'm going to ask a very interesting question. Can you control what people see on the first page of Google? And I'm going to say 100%, and with a resounding yes, you can, because I can help you fill up position 1 on Google of productive, good quality content that you want people to see. That's why we worked so hard to build our own custom websites. When I started the company, we used Real Estate Webmasters. They were running about $300 a month per agent website, and agents had to pay for those websites. If you go out and buy a website like the one that we're giving you right now, it's going to cost you a neighborhood of $600 a month. Yes. Having a fully indexed IDX website with statewide data, a website like that is going to cost you $600 a month. We have an agent in Houston right now spending $2,000 a month on their website, and our website is ranking higher than that one. And I know that that agent is considering dumping that website, but they're under a contract and they can't. We can fill, the reason why I built this website for you is so that you can fill the video tab of Google with productive content about what's going on in your communities. You can fill the images section with images of the homes that you're selling, or the Realty Texas properties, and you can fill page 1 of your HAR page and your Realtor Facebook page and your Realty Texas page, and fill that with quality content about what it is in real estate, because people are going to Google you. The code of ethics talks about what our higher obligation is as a realtor, and I read that to you and asked you guys to read the code of ethics, but it says they impose a grave social responsibility and a patriotic duty to which realtors should dedicate themselves, and for which they should be diligent in preparing themselves. Realtors therefore are zealous to maintain and improve the standards of their calling, and to share with their fellow realtors a common responsibility for its integrity and its honor. it's giving back to our community, be zealous about learning everything that we can. We need to recognize that the interests of the nation and its citizens require the highest and best use of the land and the widest distribution of land ownership. We've all become a realtor and we subscribed to the code of ethics, and we all say that, yes, I believe I'm ethical. But when we read the code of ethics, it is putting you in a bucket that you may not even realize that you're in. It says that in recognition and appreciation of all of the obligations that you have under the code of ethics to clients, customers, and the public and each other, us, that you're going to continually strive and become informed on issues affecting real estate, and as knowledgeable professionals, they will willingly share the fruits of their experience and study with others. Your code of ethics says that about you. How many of you have been doing that? Guess what? For those of you who have already gone to a city council meeting, you have now partially done that by coming into Mega and sharing with your fellow students some of the things that you've learned at the city council meeting. That's amazing. But the moment that you put that out there on a social media reel of what you've learned, you have now fully subscribed to the code of ethics by learning everything that you can about issues. I mean, someone read this sentence for me, someone else's voice to the class.
I will. Realtors continuously strive to become and remain informed on issues affecting real estate, and as knowledgeable professionals, they willingly share the fruit of their experience and study with others.
Thank you, Laura. So, how many are really going to take this to heart and understand what it is to be a realtor now and start going to these meetings and doing reels and sharing it out there in the world? Raise your hand. I know, Kay, you're going. I've seen a lot of you. I am going to be incredibly profoundly grateful and thankful and proud when I see these things go out. When I see Scarlett attending things, when I see my agents attending things and putting reels out there as I've taught them to do, I am so proud of them. I'm going to show you some slides about real estate agents, and a lot of this will be through COVID, and some of it before COVID and after. Some of it will be about politics. And I'm going to show you what some real estate agents have put out there in the world on billboards in some cases. And we're going to talk about it. And then you're going to even go into breakout groups and talk about it even more. But I'm going to ask you this question. The next slide is a Facebook post. Based on the slide, how do you feel about the post? A second. Thank God for autocorrect. Because apparently today I cannot type. Okay. Now we're going to save this. You're going to see what I'm doing here. And launch. Okay. Now you see what I was doing. The next slide is the Facebook post. Based on the slide, how do you feel about the post as a fellow real estate professional? Do you think the post is appropriate, inappropriate, or neutral? Here is a billboard. Tired of the plan-demic? Move to the country. It has this little green neo-Nazi symbol on the billboard. Former Greensboro Keller Williams agent Chris Carlin has been fired for his controversial billboard featuring a coronavirus conspiracy theory and Pepe the Frog, a well-known neo-Nazi mime. Appropriate? Inappropriate? Neutral. All right, we have 11 of you, 12 of you.
Jack, I had to close mine because it was blocking the the slide. So I closed it before we could even see it. I think several of us had that issue.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I
All right.
can't.
Super
I
inappropriate.
closed it.
So
But
I'm
it
gonna,
isn't appropriate.
so imagine for a moment that you were a real estate agent, and the next thing you know, Inman Magazine, which is our trade magazine as a profession, has your name and your face up there with an entire article about what you've done, showing that you have been fired from your brokerage for subscribing to a neo-Nazi mime and calling this pandemic, which, well, I think we had 400,000 people die in the United States from the pandemic. And it's the plandemic, as if it was planned. Anyway, we're not going to get into the politics of the whole thing. Imagine for a moment that was an agent at this firm. How embarrassed would you be, or what would you expect the broker to do if you saw this?
It's like, I'm speechless.
All right. How about this post? This was a Facebook post. It says, all lives splatter with the car driving through the street and killing 3 people. And it says,
Oh
nobody,
my God.
nobody cares about your protest. Keep your ass out of the road, and runs them over. So let's ask, do you think that this is appropriate, inappropriate, or neutral? Keller Williams, branch manager, got fired over a controversial Facebook post. Fact, the agent was fired by Keller Williams and was posted on Inman, and her career was post. She is the one that posted that on Facebook. A Realtor member with the code of ethics posting this. All life splatter, does it?
Why are they all Keller Williams agents?
They're not, and they're not. There's
They
just
just
more
make
of.
good examples. Yeah. Okay.
So here's a different brokerage. Hey, Montgomery, don't like the election results? Call me. Let's sell that home while the market's still hot. An EXP agent was fired from EXP after Montgomery, Alabama's first Black mayor was voted in. Appropriate? Inappropriate? Disgusting? Embarrassing? Maddening?
Hey, where was the broker?
Well, unfortunately, the broker wasn't at his house at 2 a.m. when he was posting this on Facebook.
But just making up the post also, like it looks like a flyer or something.
This was a billboard and a
Yeah,
Facebook
right.
advertising campaign that this person was running to try to get clients because they think it's appropriate.
It's mind blowing. This is horrible.
Well, even the way he's standing, he doesn't look like a very approachable realtor.
But nothing like that happens in Texas, right? We're good here. That's all other states. We're good in Texas, we think, maybe. Austin realtor fired after Facebook post. A street fight in downtown Austin has snowballed into a much bigger social issue after a real estate agent got drunk on 6th Street and pulled a gun on someone. So we as a profession have an obligation and a higher duty under the code of ethics when we see stuff like this on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and a billboard to do what?
Act responsible.
We have a responsibility under the code of ethics to get these people out of our profession. Because this is not what our code of ethics says. This is not our higher calling. This is not getting involved in local real estate matters and raising the bar of professionalism. This is harming our reputation and harming people, and we don't need that in our profession. Williamson County, where I'm sitting right now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Let's see if I can get this to work. I might not be able to show you this video. This was, how many of you ever watched Live PD? Live PD is they had, how many of you knew that Live PD was in Texas and they were here in Williamson County? Anybody who ever watched that? I was able to find this last time,
Not
but
only did I watch it, but I actually got to see it go down live.
this one?
Not this particular one, just when they were filming.
All right, nice. All right, so I actually worked with this particular guy at Keller Williams, so I actually know who he was. He's no longer licensed. I'm just gonna walk you through the video just quickly and anecdotally. Live PD police officer, 3 10 48 pulls the guy over. He just did rolled through the stop sign. He didn't come to a complete stop. Police officer walked up to the window, rolled it down, says, "What are you doing tonight?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just kind of driving around, just left my house. Where are you headed?" Didn't have a really good answer for that, and says, "All right, so I smell something coming from your car. I'm gonna need you to step out of the vehicle, sir." And so he steps out of the vehicle, and as he's stepping out of the vehicle, his right hand goes over to his shoulders, pointing behind him, and his left hand points behind him, and he's doing this. He's saying, I have here." And then the police officer reaches on his belt and pulls out a handgun. And the police officer says, "Well, when were you going to tell me about this? You should have told me about this before you started getting out of the vehicle. Now I smell drugs and there's a gun. These two things don't go well together here in the state of Texas. So I'm going to put you in handcuffs. You're not under arrest currently, but I am putting you in handcuffs and I'm going to search your vehicle." And the doors open. Another deputy comes over and kind of holds his arm while the other police officer starts pulling out fully automatic weapons, sawed-off shotguns. There's about 10 guns in the vehicle. Opens the trunk, and there's drugs in the trunk. And they pull a wad of cash out of his right front pocket that is about a 6-inch thick wad of cash. And the guy says to the police officer, I'm a realtor." And the police officer says, "I'm pretty sure real estate agents don't deal in cash, sir." And he says, "Well, yes, I'm a realtor and I'm collecting fees." And he says, "No, that doesn't make sense." And anyway, this guy in a very public way um, announced to the world that he was a real estate agent as he's being arrested. And he said, "I've got work in the morning." He says, "I'm taking you to jail." And he says, "A lot of people I take to jail have work in the morning, sir." Puts him in the back of the car and takes him off to jail. And the Keller Williams office found out about this actually from one of their agents watching Live PD, called the broker, and the broker returned their license. And then he was actually indicted. And because he was indicted on weapons and drugs charges, when he went to renew his license, he was unable to because he had felony drug charges against him. And so, again, more social destruction. An example of another agent who maybe was or was not gone viral after storming the United States Capitol and participating in insurrection while live streaming the entire event. How many of you remember what happened on January 2nd? So storming the Capitol and telling everyone you're a real estate agent, and walking down Pennsylvania Avenue and headed on your way to the Capitol to storm it. Good idea or bad idea for a sales agent?
Bad idea. Terrible idea.
All right, Jenna. Jenna, this is her. Does anybody recognize this particular platform? This is Parler. This is former President Trump's social media system that he built. So underneath the bottom of this, it says Jesus is Lord, social media influencer, radio show host, self-love you, Texas real estate broker, ranked 87th most influential person online by a Fast Company mag. Here's one of her posts on Parler. Based on the fact that Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and Google are censoring the truth and lying for pedophiles, Satanists, and criminals, maybe time to move to an alternative social media options. Do you remember what Vanessa Van Edwards said about, my mind just went blank.
About saying negative things about how those attributes stick to you.
What's it called? Okay, my mind just completely went blank. It's called, yes, but when you say something bad, it sticks to you just as much as it sticks to the negative person who said it.
Negative traits.
I just can't believe my mind went blank because I know this inside and out. But in any event, it'll pop into my head and I'll scream it in a second when my brain finds that particular brain cell. So yes, spontaneous trait transference. Spontaneous trait transference. We as a human society, we cannot help but to associate negative things with the person that says them just as much as the people she's saying it about. So here she's talking about some pretty bad groups, and that's going to be associated with her. And that's a very dangerous thing for her. But it's also not serving us as a profession. Facebook added an extra feature to my account accusing me of violating their hate speech rules because I said Hail Hitler in a comment. Now the tracers are tracking my every movement on Facebook. Creepy. This is a real estate broker in Texas. Twitter limited my account. I can't retweet, like, or make comments. It's censorship, so I'm going to build my Parler account. Hello. Okay. Resistance Media, pop-up little message about her. Texas conservative talk show host and real estate broker Jenna Ryan flew on a private jet to take participation in the mega siege on the DC Capitol. And we've got a couple of photos here. Pro-Trump Texas real estate agent posed with broken window at U.S. Capitol during the riot. And here she is smiling at our U.S. Capitol with a broken window, pointing at it. Super excited that she's there. Another post here, it just says, we stormed the Capitol. It was one of the best days of my life, she says. Today was a great example of what America is all about. And this is her Twitter account as she's posted herself being there at the Capitol during all of this going on. And then the next one, identified, Jenna Ryan, Frisco, Texas. What does that word say under her name?
Terrorist.
Terrorist.
That's a bad word.
Terrorist. One of our fellow brokers in Texas is a terrorist, apparently. Texas realtor who took a private jet is charged in the Capitol riot. Texas realtor who took a private jet to the Capitol riot called it the best day of her life is facing federal charges. It goes on. There's another one from, I think this one was actually The Independent. Texas realtor who was pictured in the Capitol after taking a private plane to DC for Trump's rally has been arrested. And before we go on break, this video is a video that I took. I was, you know how you're on your Facebook and you see a little pop-up that says someone has gone live stream, and then you can click it and you can watch their Facebook live stream. So that happened. It was January 2nd. I was sitting at home. I was watching everything that was going on, and I was just kind of probably like a lot of you in that just kind of just frozen in place, watching what's going on, and just somewhere between shock and awe and disbelief. But I was watching not the news anymore because I couldn't stop watching, and I couldn't believe what I was watching from this person who I know. And I had been following her post for a long time and it had been irritating me, but she live streamed the entire event. and I recorded it from my cell phone and ultimately sent it over to Trek. So here we go.
So here we are. We're in Washington, D.C. Extremely liberal, like big time. So this is it. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it. We flew here for you because we're sick and tired of the communist takeover.
Black Lives Matter painted road. See it?
Oh, this is that Black Lives Matter painted road. Hey. He's gonna pee-pee. That doesn't look very friendly.
So she's walking by a big billboard that says Black Lives Matter, and her husband pulled out, peed on the Black Lives Matter poster, and she's laughing about that as she's walking downtown streets of DC.
Is that the communist zone?
There's the
Anti-Trump people. There's the Black Lives Matter. Where's the American Lives Matter? We have got to organize. We're gonna go into this criminal territory.
Yeah.
I mean, this unfriendly territory. I don't know. I just have a bad vibe. I don't know how to explain it. We are being a voice. We're standing out. Jesus. This is the Black Lives Matter. I'm not saying Black Lives don't matter, but I think it's a little bit twisted. We're just now getting started. Send me. I will go. And just like the vaccine is a prelude to the chip, protesting like this is a prelude to when we got to go to war. We got to pack up our bags and we're going to have to fight. We got to get out there right now because we can't tolerate this. And we need to put a stop to this. Stop the steal. I mean, they are taking our country from us. And this is a prelude to the war that is about to happen. We are not messing around. We're taking our country back. We're from Dallas. Where are you from?
Virginia.
Okay.
Horrible there.
Oh yeah, it's liberal here, man. It's so bad. Y'all moved to Texas, we're real estate agents. We're all real estate agents. They got it all boarded up, ready for the riots tonight. We're not messing around. Oh no, no, no. I don't see anybody around here messing around. We're here to take our country back. I didn't know anything about this place. It's my first time here. They got some contraband. Stop the steal. President Trump yesterday said, we are not giving up the White House. He said, we're not giving up. He said, we're not giving up the White House. He said, we are going to fight. And I believe that. I can't even imagine what will happen if we don't stop the steal. What's with the white building? Oh, what building is that? That's the White House? That's the White House? That's not the White House. I mean, whenever you think of the White House, you think of like a big...
All the cool women are wearing them and all the cool guys are buying them.
Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! Trump! Fight for Trump! Woo! I'll never forget this. This is like a memory happening right now. We are saving America. And you know what? If it comes down to war, guess what? I'll be fighting on the front lines because I'm that kind of girl. I could be working right now, but no. I could be selling houses right now. All you people who are going to sell your house, you need to hire one of us. We're all real estate agents. Hire us because we're fighting for our country. That's Secret Service. I look like I could take them. We flew by a private jet. God wanted us here today. Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
You too. Do you want this history book?
Nope.
I got the internet. I don't need a history book. Oh my gosh, the president's coming, dude. Isn't that bad to the bone? You guys, this is a prelude to going to war. Because that's what's going to have to happen if we do not win. You got to get up off your booties. You got to get on your planes. I know I have friends that drove 20 hours to get here. This is about 1% of us. We're all going to be up here. We're going to be breaking those windows. We're going to be having to deal with the tear bombs, deal with the gas bombs. Because we have to, because they're taking our shit. USA! You guys, can you believe this? I'm not messing around. When I come to sell your house, this is what I will do. I will fucking sell your house. Here we are. Their gases.
Every time I watch that, it makes me sick to my stomach.
I really want that video for all of those of my friends who says that it was Antifa who was inside of the Capitol, who was actually attacking and not Trump supporters. So if I can get it, it was so bad. I was hoping you would turn it off at some point.
Well, as you can see, I have the longer, I mean, it was a 2-hour FaceTime live, and I just clipped out the sound bites and threw it into this because I want to show you guys what some of your fellow agents are doing out there and how important it is that we raise the bar of professionalism and just how nasty some people are and how they need to be pushed out of our profession completely. But more importantly, I want to think about this from the guise of today of reputation management. Because today we're going to be talking about how to destroy your reputation in real estate and be thrown out of the business versus the exact opposite. And I can tell you that as a broker, that there is a couple of times a month where I have to take action on our agents' Facebook posts. They had too much wine. They said something that lowers the bar of professionalism and puts me in a situation where I have to mitigate that. In 2015, when I was president of the board, there was about 20 situations where I had to call agents and have conversations with them. And this was prior to the 2020 rule that says that the code of ethics relates to all of our business activities. And I can tell you that I got pushback by me trying to have productive conversations with them, just by me saying, just let me ask you the question, what good is coming from this post? Because I had an obligation and I would get complaints from other members of the realtor organization, and I would have to take those complaints forward. So it doesn't get really much worse about that. Now we're going to flip the script and we're going to go to break, but we're going to come back from break and we're going to see some other things. We're going to see some candidates who have ran for office, and we're going to see what their campaign videos look like. And we're going to have a conversation about those videos. And we're going to, based on the campaign videos and the message that they brought, positive or negative, we're going to then look to see what was their polling and did they win, which is going to be very interesting in terms of breeding leaders. And then we're going to watch about 20 very, very successful real estate marketing campaigns, videos that realtors have done for some of their listings, some of their campaigns, real estate agents who got it really, really right, and some that were almost right. And then we're going to talk about our commitment to video and how important video is. So we can't talk about the great unless we talk about the other side. So that's in the past. We're not going to talk about the negative anymore, but you saw it. You saw some of the negative out there. You've seen, Jenna Ryan, you've seen the billboards, you've seen some of that stuff, right? But we're going to turn the channel a little bit when we get back from break, and we're going to talk about the other side of it from now. When we get back from break, we're going to watch a video about some politicians, people who won and some who lost. People want to know that you really care. People need to be moved by your words. People need optimism. They need passion. They need solutions. So we're going to watch a couple of videos about some candidates who ran an election, and we're going to see and put you in groups, and we're going to talk about the optimism, the passion, and the solutions. But first, we're going to shake off all what we just watched because I know it's going to leave us with kind of this sick feeling in our stomach. When you see stuff like that, you have an obligation to bring those matters forward and take action against those agents so that they are not lowering the bar of our entire profession. It's 11:34. We're going to come back on break at 12:34. Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. Can you hear me? Because I messed up my speakers.
Yes, hear
Okay.
you.
Yes.
All right, cool. Sorry, Dimitri. Sorry, Cindy. The way that my computer is set up right now, and I'm not exactly sure why, I can't turn down my, I can turn down my speaker, but it doesn't turn down speaker on Zoom. So no matter what, when you guys are talking, I can't turn it down. Okay. What a very, very interesting first half, first couple of hours of our mega so far. I just want to throw this out there. I want to hear from you guys. When you watch some of those videos and you see some of that, how does that make you feel about our profession? How does that make you feel in your stomach? How did all of that make you feel?
Ashamed.
You know, Jack, one of my famous quote is always saying, it's not about us, the individual. It's always going to be about the National Association of Realtors. It's going to be about Realty Texas. So everything that we do is a reflection. So we got to be mindful of every time we step out there, what we're saying, how we're doing. So it just reiterate what you said earlier, and that's something I teach. I had a full investigation on a couple of cadets a year ago because they liked the things that others posted. Not that they actually said it, but they were liking the things that other posted on social media. But this is what happens when we are not mindful of our actions in social media. We might think it's just so innocent without thinking about the big impact nationally. I always say, this is what put U.S. Army on CNN. This is what put the Realty Texas on CNN or whatever major broadcasters in Austin, because we're not thinking about we think it's so simple. We think it's fun. We think we're doing the greater good. We don't take others into consideration. And this is just an example. And I'm surprised that even as she signed up. We have the code of ethics. We have everything that we stand by, the fair haven. How did she even get that far being a real estate agent with her thought process like that, right? That's just my take.
There's a comment that you made that I want to double down on, actually, and underscore and make sure that everyone heard it, which is guilty by association. A couple of times earlier, I have mentioned to you guys that you probably should remove yourself from some of these underground Facebook groups that are private groups where agents are having conversations that violate fair housing, violate the public trust, and violate the code of ethics and even the License Act with their comments. Liking a post that has a violation like that loops you into that group, and everybody in that group is considered like-minded and part of that violation. So we could, have our phone in our back pocket and accidentally like a post that we had no idea we even liked. Or we can like a post and someone later can edit it and change it. And all of a sudden now we're looped into that. And all of a sudden now we are guilty by association. And so let's get ourselves on social media in productive areas, get away from those Facebook posts. And I can promise you that there's very little quality content that we're going to learn from a Facebook group. Please, as a sales agent, as a Realty Texas sales agent, please commit to me that you're not going to go to those groups and ask real estate questions to a group of who knows who they are, who knows what state they're in, who knows literally what state in the nation they are for their license laws, but also what their experience level is. Everyone has opinion. 99% of them are wrong. So please don't go to a Facebook post like lab coat agents, broker underground. I can insert 100 more where you have agents just mouthing off. You think it's entertaining. It's not. It's actually quite the opposite. It is an ecosystem for lowering the bar in our professionalism. They should be having conversations with their brokers and their managers. And if they don't have a broker and a manager that's competent to answer their question, what in God's earth are they doing at that brokerage in the first place? And shame on them for surrounding themselves with a brokerage like that, that has that either that mentality or zero support. Okay, soapbox, I'm stepping off of it. Thank you, Camille. I appreciate that. I saw a bunch of hands. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts as well, Stephen and Isolde.
It's kind of brings to mind the statement, one bad apple spoils the bunch. So it's kind of hard to believe that especially in the case of Jenna Ryan, that she was the sole bad apple, especially being the broker of her firm. She probably was surrounded with like-minded people that were encouraging those actions, encouraging those behaviors, and does kind of you said before in one of our classes, it starts with me. So it started with her as the leader, and I'm sure that there were other agents taking part in those ideals. It kind of makes you wonder how many agents are out there that would represent not only themselves, not only their firms, but the realtor organization as a whole.
Thank you, Stephen, for your comments. Well received and appreciated. Isolde.
Well, I have a couple of comments here. Not just what she did, where she, I mean, by and about the groups. It's very important that what you're mentioning and what she did, but it's also the way she did it, because it's also the language. She was cursing like, if you represent me, this is what I fucking do for you. Like, you know, like doing the F word, and like, it doesn't matter what you do, even if it's not a political issue, just the way that you come across by cursing and doing and the aggressiveness and all that, you know. And if you want to be professional, I think this belongs to everyone. So I remember one time they invited me to this daycare, for example, in San Antonio, to speak about emotional intelligence and speak about business etiquette. So I was giving a class for all the teachers, because the teachers were posting, and the owner of the school didn't know how to manage this. So she told me, like, go and talk about the Facebook post, because the teachers were, thank goodness it's Friday. Yeah. You know, like posting with a cigarette and drink, and you know, and these are the teachers that are take care of your kids, of your babies in a daycare, you know, and they were posting just things out of line. And I think, I mean, this is like absolutely the extreme, but we need to be very careful also about how we just understand that everybody's watching, that you give a message with every post that you do. You give a message of your character, of who you are, you know, and what you represent. That's all I wanted to.
Thank you. Super insightful. We are in an ecosystem right now, and we get to choose what ecosystem we're going to live in. Productive community, get involved with the mayor and the city council and your representatives, or you can get in another completely opposite spectrum ecosystem with other like-minded people. We need to remember that it's not ourselves that we represent, it's our clients and our firm and the bigger organization, National Association of Realtors, which we subscribe to a code of ethics that says that if you don't subscribe to our ideals and the code of ethics and public trust and all of that, then you can't be part of this particular trade association, because there's professional standards that are associated with it. And for those people who don't maintain those level of professional standards, they can't be in this profession. Unfortunately, the National Association of Realtors can't take action on bad behavior. The only people that can take action on bad behavior is other members like yourselves. You are the bar. You decide what you will tolerate in your fellow agents out there, and you will decide what you're going to take to track. You decide what you're going to take as a complaint. Either you're going to be complacent about it and be afraid of retribution, that someone's going to be mad at you for complaining, or you're going to take a stand and say, nope, that's where I draw the line. I'm not going to be associated with this type of behavior, and this is so bad I'm not going to even have coffee with you. I'm taking this directly. That billboard, I'm not even going to call you. I'm taking this directly to a complaint. Versus, like we said, is one complaint, one violation of the code, is it more serious than another? And I asked that question because I wanted you guys to really think about it. And esoterically, the answer can be no, but in reality, when it defies public trust, when it affects the consumer, and it was done through bad faith, these are things that rise to a level of public trust that says it's likely to occur to someone else, not through accident, not through someone who just hasn't been trained or doesn't have the mentorship, but it's coming from a bad place, a place of that is who they are, and they're gonna argue and fight tooth to nail to defend their position. They just don't belong here. They just don't. And so you are the gatekeepers of your profession. not me. I am just as much a gatekeeper as you are. Now, I'm the gatekeeper of our firm, and I have done a really good job being the gatekeeper of our firm, because when I see people who violate public trust or have bad faith, they're not here anymore. And there's a bunch of them that are not here for those reasons anymore. And unfortunately, I can't go to the agents and say, hey guys, I fired them. They say I left. Some of them that's true, some of them that's not true. Some of them are fired, and I can't go and tell the world exactly what happened. And so sometimes we have situations going like this, and it looks bad at the company that they're not here anymore because it looks like they left, but they didn't leave. They got asked to leave. And so take that into consideration too, that we've been the gatekeepers of who is around this company. And when you walk in the front door, the thing that we often hear is, I just love the vibe in this office. You've got the people at the front desk are respectful and kind. Lindsay, Lisa, and Jack always being helpful. Cindy always got your back and trying to help you. Miguel, Katie, Amy, Lauren, Michael Potter. We've got 18 full-time staff people, and what my biggest litmus test for someone that we're going to hire first is the quality human being, and then their experience, and then they're willing to give back. And those are the litmus tests that I have as my staff, and that also is in the agents. When we hire a new agent, sometimes we don't know what we're going to get, and then we find out what we're going to get, and sometimes we double down on that agent and support them on their journey, and sometimes they're asked to leave. Because look, the world is full of everyone with a different opinion and a different take on the world. But in this profession, we're going to talk about an agent who has a propensity to make $1 million a year as a salesperson, to raise and elevate their position in the community, and to be a leader. And to me, that means something. And I want to breed leaders. I want to breed people who are good people and make them better. If you go back and read our policy, and it talks about why choose us, and it talks about what makes us unique, it's because in it says we care less about the number of agents that we roster. We care more about the quality of people that we roster and what they bring to our company and what they bring to our profession, and the care and diligence they bring to every single transaction. They are a servant's heart. They put on the apron of service when they get to work every single day, and they want to win. They want to fight for their clients, and they want to do the right thing. And that is the community of people that I'm trying to grow in this company. And I can tell you that it's difficult in an age where everyone is fighting against us. Every firm is at war with each other. And most firms' mentality right now is, the lower we charge, the better. The less services we give, the better, because agents don't want to pay anything, and we're just not going to charge anything. And the reality is we have to have staff people. We have to have buildings, and we have to have internet, and we have to have insurance, and we have to buy MLS data and have technology, and all of that is at a premium in today's world, especially as expenses are going up. So it costs money to be involved in real estate, and we do charge very little for the services that we provide our agents. In reality, in the grand scheme of things of what agents are getting, they onboard, they don't pay anything. They get their photos taken. We have profit partners, so which are giving back to the agents. We have mentorship programs and 100 years of experience staff behind them. And if they don't sell $1 million in 6 months, they pay $75 a month, which is 1/3 the cost of even the data that we're buying just for you to have those on your website, let alone the websites and the phone numbers that we're giving you, and blah, 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 blah. So I want for us as a community of real estate agents to be talking with the fellow agents and telling them, it matters. It matters where you work. It matters who your broker is in the mentality, and who your manager is, and who you associate. It matters. And they should not just go for the cheapest. They should go for the company who's going to elevate their agents and care about them and want to turn them into leaders. And so my job is to turn you into raving fans of this company, and for you guys to go out there and help as many agents come into this organization, so that also helps raise the bar of professionalism in our business. And speaking that, building leaders, let's watch this video. Here's a candidate's unique value proposition. When we watch these candidates, I want you to be thinking about your own unique value proposition. When a candidate is out there and they have the soundbite to tell the world why to vote for them, that's no different than you as a real estate agent going out and talking to people and saying, why should the consumers hire you? What value do you bring to the table? And I can tell you, when you start attacking on what you're learning in Mega to your value proposition, I'm part of Texas Realtors. The realtor community is what was responsible for your homestead exemption. We are responsible for not having a 3% tax on the sale of your home. Our governmental affairs is fighting for private property rights. We are trying to fight for more transparency in how our appraisal districts set the tax rates for property taxes. We're trying to create reform on property owners associations, HOAs, and POAs. I mean, when you look at the value proposition of just what our profession provides and then what the salesperson provides, it's really quite profound. And so the value propositions that you guys have, do you think the one thing that the real estate profession, especially the realtor organization, has failed is their own value proposition and telling the consumers what they're doing, because they leave that for you. They want you to be the champion of what the realtor organization is doing and telling the consumer so you can be the hero. If the realtor organization is the hero, then you're not. They're trying to make you the hero by getting involved in our communities and creating parks and doing all the good that comes from our realtor organization. And they give you the microphone to share that with all of your people, elevating your position and elevating your status and elevating your profession and making you look like a professional. All of you have told me that you're more concerned and more afraid and intimidated by calling people that you already know. If you shared some of this with them, what the realtor organization has done for them in terms of fighting for the VA veteran, for fighting for homeownership rights, and all the things that I just spoke about in the last 5 minutes, and all that positivity that comes from the profession, they're going to look at you as a whole new person. Whole new person. I had no idea any of that. And what makes me crazy is that 99% of agents don't know it either. 99% of realtors don't even know their own value. They don't know the value that the profession brings. And if the consumers and CNN News and all of these other professions knew the value that we bring to the table, these lawsuits that just happened wouldn't even have happened. But because the agents aren't spending, well, the brokers really, let's just call it what it is, the brokers aren't teaching their agents the value that we bring to the profession, which is a lot more than a transaction. Because when we're not working transactions, we're trying to make our communities a better place. And that's important. So let's look at a candidate who is coming at this exactly the same direction. They're trying to make, and they're trying to create a better community. They want to get involved in public government because they're seeing what's going on. And they say, I can do that job better. I want my voice heard because I think the perspective that I bring to the table is actually going to bring more positivity and more good to public service because I'm here. So we're going to first watch this value proposition. Let's see what it is.
Kim Olsen here.
Oh, I need a mask, right?
Warriors rarely pick their battles. They're chosen.
Can I check out on
The Air Force, I wanted to fly jets. But they said I couldn't go to flight school because I was a woman. Well, that was my first battle. I fought to get the policy changed so that I could go to flight school and every woman after me. I flew all over the world, became an instructor pilot teaching airmen to fly supersonic jets, and was among the first women to command an operational flying squadron. My call sign was Jetmine. During the Kosovo conflict, I was put in charge of coordinating the air refueling airspace for 80 different types of aircraft from 17 countries in the largest bombing campaign since World War II, a battle we won without a single loss of life. That earned me a promotion to colonel and an assignment to the Pentagon overseeing a $220 billion budget. Just when I thought my deployment days were over, 9/11 happened, when an airplane exploded into the Pentagon just around the corner from me. I was sent to the front lines of Iraq to rebuild. I gotta tell you, it was a cluster. There was no reconstruction plan, no political foresight. Our government couldn't even pay the security detail protecting Americans. The warrior in me did what I had to do to get the security team paid and save lives. For that, I was reprimanded. But I took full responsibility because I'm an accountable, no excuse leader. And when it comes to saving lives, it's a decision I would make again. I returned to the Pentagon where another battle awaited me. investigating sexual misconduct in our ranks, then modernizing the Air Force's policy on sexual assault. So many of us knew how bad it was and that it had to be fixed. After 25 years, I retired honorably as a full colonel and came home to Texas, where I was recruited and served in the Texas State Guard, helping families in need. But we soon discovered there were Texas veterans in need. So another battle arose. Even though we had fought to open the doors for women to serve in combat, other doors were still closed when they came home. After multiple combat deployments, women faced staggering suicide rates, unemployment, and homelessness. Women who went to war to protect American streets were now living on them with their children because there was nowhere safe to go and no one to turn to. So I helped start and create Grace After Fire, a nonprofit that took on the VA and state government to get our veterans and their families the care they deserve. We helped thousands of veterans get back up on their feet. Our work got me inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame. It was humbling to see my portrait next to all those trailblazers who fought battles of their own. Now I'm running for Congress because this president is attacking everything we fought for over the years. We didn't choose the battle, it chose us. And if you believe it's a battle worth fighting, be a warrior. Join us.
Okay, so that is Kim Olson. This was from the 2018 we had a different administration back then. So when she said this president, it was a different one that she was referring to. Here she is running for Congress. What do you think about this video? What do you think about her overall presentation? What are your thoughts on this? I'm going to hold your thoughts for a moment. I want you to be thinking about those in your brain because we're going to hear both of these. I'm going to put you into a breakout session and you're going to talk to your groups about it, have a group breakout session, and you're going to bring it back out to the main session. We're going to talk now about House District 24 here in Texas. This was the person she was running against.
Teachers make all the difference. Mine helped me overcome childhood homelessness.
Kim Olson doesn't get that. I remember when she fired hundreds of teachers after she mismanaged the budget. She even said we don't understand leadership.
I'm Candace Valenzuela. My work on the school board lifted teachers up with better pay and keeping schools safe from guns. I approve this message because, like teachers, I'll never stop fighting for our kids.
That's the kind of leadership we need in Congress.
Okay, very different videos, would you say? Very, very, very different videos. Candace Venezuela won 60% to 39%. It's a Democratic runoff. Candace Venezuela won that seat. She defeated Kim Olson in a primary runoff by a 2/3 margin. That is a big, big, decisive win. Now, I'm going to put you in groups. I want you guys to answer these 3 questions to the best of your ability. Why do you think Kim Olson lost her election to someone with no experience? Now, I'm taking this from the standpoint of your unique value proposition. You're going to be up against agents on listing appointments and buyer representation that have a lot of experience. And the reason I showed those 2 videos and then showed this is because, here you have Kim Olson, retired as a colonel. She was responsible for a good position of creating the budget for the Pentagon, created Angels After Fire, which was just what she's done is at a very high level, lots and lots and lots of leadership experience there. And she had a lot to say about her leadership experience, a tremendous amount of leadership. And then Candace Venezuela served on a small school board for a very small city. Do you think that there's going to be a difference in leadership between those two people? So did the person with the most leadership potential win?
No.
Okay, so do you think that new agents pop into the business and do more business than some of the people that have a lot more experience than them?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So we're going to talk about that. And so that's why I asked these specific questions when in your groups, because I really want you guys to be thinking this about yourselves and your value propositions and how it doesn't matter who you're up against. It matters your message. Why do you think Kim Olsen lost her election to someone with no experience? Now, that's a big thing because Candace didn't have no experience. She just had a 1-year stint on a school board. So there is some experience there. What was the big mistake that maybe Kim Olsen made in her value proposition? And what could Kim have done differently in her video that might have turned this whole thing around? Her message. What was her message? And what was um, uh, Candace Venezuela's message? And looking at those two things differently. Now, I'm going to put you in groups. I'm going to put you in groups of 5, so it's going to be a little bit larger group. Please select a group spokesperson, answer these 3 questions, and then when we get back from our session, which is going to be a good solid 10-minute session, we're going to talk about it in a group. But please let your conversation be less about politics and more about a value proposition of a professional in a field trying to win, which is very relatable to you guys. All right, so we're going to have 4 groups for 10 minutes. You should have your invitations open now. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Welcome back. All right, welcome back from your breakout session. All right, let's get our group breakout captains. Group 1, who is our breakout session captain?
It's Mike Pope. I don't know if he's gotten back yet.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, we are going to spotlight Mike.
Okay.
Okay, group 2, Sean, Isolde, Kay, Katie, Meg, Mohammed, Tamika, Zach. Who's the breakout session captain for group 2?
Tamika.
Tamika. Where is Tamika? There we are.
Hello.
You are unmuted. I mean, I don't see your video on. We are going to, whoa, we just lost Tamika.
Well, I'm here in a different one. I was logged in twice.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can. All right, thank you,
Okay.
Tamika. Thank you, Mike. Who is our group 3? You have Amanda, Derek, Milliam, Jamara, Laura, and Stephen.
Okay, so
hold on, Tamika. Who is our group 3 group spokesperson?
It's Derek. Derek.
Right, Derek. All right,
Can
you
you hear
are
me?
getting we can. We're adding you to the spotlight. And number 4, who is our group 4 spokesperson? Group captain. Ever, is it you?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, well, I saw you unmute, so I thought maybe you were going to say me. Add spotlight. All right, so we have spotlighted Mike, Tamika, Derek, and Ever. So starting with Mike, what did your group say about what they thought about Kim Olsen losing her election to someone with less experience? What were they thinking about that?
We thought that the opponent was much more relatable, personable, and emphasized people's children, whereas Kim Olsen was very self-serving in her message, and it was way too long and confusing. And it was just too much information, and she was very robotic and scripted. And basically, if her constituency just wanted a warrior, they would have voted for her.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, group 1. You definitely are getting a warrior with Kim Wilson for sure. Tamika, what did your group say?
So in terms of why we feel like she lost to someone with no experience, because she failed to form a connection. She lost the audience due to the length of the video, as well as she talked more about herself versus the community and what she can do for them. And what was that?
Say the first part again.
I had mentioned that she lost her connection. There was no connection to the audience.
Mhm.
And it was a lengthy video, and that she talked more about herself versus the community.
Oh, this is very relatable stuff we're talking about here. Very relatable. And by the way, hello, Mary Beth Ray. I love having you in class. Derek, you're up.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Yeah, Jack, as far as question one, we feel like she lost her election to someone with no experience because she was extremely unapproachable, stern, rigid, as well as we feel like she was very braggadocious and she was like pretty much speaking on all the accolades that she had accomplished. And as far as question two, we believe that her
We're
mistake.
not there yet. We're sticking with touch one. I promise I'm going to get to you on session two.
Okay.
But not unapproachable and stern. Those are powerful things to walk away with about that video. So thank you, group three. You did an excellent job. Ever, what did you guys talk about on item one?
We pretty much talked said the same or agreed to the same thing. She talked about all her achievements which were in accolades, which were very impressive, but she did not articulate how that would help her help the community, or how it would affect or benefit the community. It was extremely long. Me personally, I think halfway through the video, I stopped paying attention because I realized I can't even remember what she said in the beginning. So that was enough. Again, very impressive resume, but it doesn't tell me how you're gonna help me. And that causes people to disconnect once they realize that, hey, you're in it for you. What are you gonna do for me? That most likely will cause people to lose interest.
Okay. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Thank you, Ever. All right, let's start with Mike again in group one. What was the big mistake that you think Kim Olsen made in her video? I know that we talked about a bunch, but if you had to point to one as the big, a resounding mistake, what was it?
Well, we said several things, so I don't know which one would be the most. Personally, I think because she talked about some negative things, like her being reprimanded in the military. I think that's one thing that is really bad to do is to talk about so much negative things.
Okay, so did Candace Venezuela not throw mud back?
Did she what?
Candace Venezuela did some mudslinging, right? Good old
Yes,
mud.
she did, but she was so much more personable.
So
And
both of them slung mud. So
but I'm
so
not talking about slinging mud. I'm talking about admitting to some bad things in your life that you've done. Because
self-deprecating.
yes.
Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you, group one. Group two, what do you think the big mistake was, Tamika?
Well, we had two of them. She just did not relate and was criticizing of others.
Okay. Not relatable. Gotta need to be able to be relatable in your value proposition. All right. Thank you, Tamika. Derek, what was the one big mistake?
She kept it too long. I feel like she made it extremely longer than that was needed, as well as she mentioned how she responded to like dilemmas rather than inform people how she will actually like prevent certain things from happening.
Okay, I like your resounding big mistake that her message was too long and confusing.
Right.
Okay, I like it. What do you guys come up with as if you had to boil it all down to the one big mistake as we have in parentheses here on number 2?
I think personality, being relatable. Her video, her personality just seemed very militant. I was telling our crew when I was watching her video, I wanted to stand up, salute, and just wait for orders instead of trying to be part of be part of a group that's gonna want to work with me. The second video I think was somebody that a lot friendlier, for the most part it was positive, and but it was very welcoming.
Okay. All right, so going back to Mike, what do you think Kim could have done to make her video more impactful if you had to pick one thing that you could change in her video and her value proposition?
It needed to be a lot shorter and to the point and positive. She just came across as being such a warrior that I think it turned a lot of people off.
Three minutes versus 35 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Group 2, Tamika, what do you think could have been done differently in this value proposition that would have maybe given Kim a better, more impactful outcome?
She would have made a greater impact if she just would have worked on her tone and body language, making it less militant, and also, focusing on solutions.
Okay, thank you, Tamika. Awesome. Eric, what about you in your group 3?
I believe she could have made it more impactful if she actually had some of the people that she saved speak on their behalf.
Having people talk about her achievements versus herself.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely.
Derek for the win. Okay, group 3. And Ever.
Pretty much the same thing. Shorten her presentation and her focus on explaining how her experience would benefit her community, constituents, and again, be more approachable, be somebody who people can relate to.
Okay.
I think Derek mentioned made a good point with instead of you saying how great you are, let somebody else say it. When you apply it to real estate, that's when Google reviews and everything else helps.
Okay, I want you guys to watch her 3-minute video one more time, and I want you to pay special attention to everything that she says.
Kim Olson here.
Oh, I need a mask, right?
Warriors rarely pick their battles, they're chosen.
Can I check out on
The Air Force, I wanted to fly jets, but they said I couldn't go to flight school because I was a woman. Well, that was my first battle. I fought to get the policy changed so that I could go to flight school and every woman after me. I flew all over the world, became an instructor pilot teaching airmen to fly supersonic jets, and was among the first women to command an operational flying squadron. My call sign was Jet Mom. During the Kosovo conflict, I was put in charge of coordinating the air refueling airspace for 80 different types of aircraft from 17 countries in the largest bombing campaign since World War II, a battle we won without a single loss of life. That earned me a promotion to colonel and an assignment to the Pentagon overseeing a $220 billion budget. Just when I thought my deployment days were over, 9/11 happened. when an airplane exploded into the Pentagon just around the corner from me. I was sent to the front lines of Iraq to rebuild. I got to tell you, it was a cluster. There was no reconstruction plan, no political foresight. Our government couldn't even pay the security detail protecting Americans. The warrior in me did what I had to do to get the security team paid and save lives. For that, I was reprimanded. But I took full responsibility because I'm an accountable, no excuse leader. And when it comes to saving lives, it's a decision I would make again. I returned to the Pentagon, where another battle awaited me, investigating sexual misconduct in our ranks, then modernizing the Air Force's policy on sexual assault. So many of us knew how bad it was and that it had to be fixed. After 25 years, I retired honorably as a full colonel and came home to Texas, where I was recruited and served in the Texas State Guard, helping families in need. But we soon discovered there were Texas veterans in need. So another battle arose. Even though we had fought to open the doors for women to serve in combat, other doors were still closed when they came home. After multiple combat deployments, women faced staggering suicide rates, unemployment, and homelessness. Women who went to war to protect American streets were now living on them with their children because there was nowhere safe to go and no one to turn to. So I helped start and create Grace After Fire, a nonprofit that took on the VA and state government to get our veterans and their families the care they deserve. We helped thousands of veterans get back up on their feet. Our work got me inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame. It was humbling to see my portrait next to all those trailblazers who fought battles of their own. Now I'm running for Congress because this president is attacking everything we fought for over the years. We didn't choose the battle, it chose us.
Hearing her second message and hearing it again, I'm curious, when you listen to what she's done, does it change at all your perception of what we talked about?
No.
Okay. All right. So she is known as Jet Mom. That's her call sign. Fighting for women's rights. She has been inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame, fighting against sexual assault in the military, fighting for family homelessness, fight and on and on and on. And so Candace is fighting for our kids at home, and Kim Olson was fighting for our kids on a national level. But their messages was completely different, how they went about their message. But the reason I brought this, because this is probably the best example, obviously the best example that I could find for at least Megan pounding this point home. Both of them have spent their life in the service of others. One on a national front, doing everything they can to protect women's rights, to fight against sexual misconduct, inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame, and it ended up all the way as a full colonel and responsible for the Pentagon and all of their and going over to Iraq and dealing with some stuff over there where they couldn't even pay for their security detail, and there's a big mess going over there, and she went ahead and funded something to save lives and got reprimanded for doing it. But she said, I had to protect those people. It was my job to save their lives. We had the biggest bombing campaign since World War II. We had not a single loss of life. I protected my people. I did everything I could to protect them. And Candace Venezuela showed herself kissing the top of a baby's head and said, I care about our kids. One of them seriously had some incredible stuff that they have done. So let's talk about this for a moment. You can have all of the experience, all of the street cred, work yourself to the bone, protecting other people, putting your life on the line for the country, going to war in Iraq for our country, and not win an election because you don't know your audience. She has spent her life as the audience of her military people who she's helped protect, And her message was treating us like we're her battle buddy, or like we're one of the people in her squadron that she's there to protect. I can tell you the people who probably served under her respected, loved, and admired her because they knew that she had her back. But do you feel like she had your back? When you have your value proposition, are you telling your buyers and your clients that you have their back? Is your message all about you? Now, I want to talk about what your message said. Her message was too long, all about her, no connection to the audience, not relatable, what's in it for me, not approachable, stern, and distracting. And her message was confusing. You know, she had a lot to say. She had a lot to bring to the table because she had a massive amount of experience. And so the idea that she's walking down the street, she was walking you through the journey that she had in order of it so that she could show, look, I have spent my life in the service of others, protecting this country, doing everything I can to protect the women in military. I came out of the military and got into the Texas Guard and found out that we had military people who were homeless. We found women who were living on the streets who were former military. And so I created a nonprofit to get them off the streets and get them back to productive citizens again. I'm responsible for doing that because I saw a need. That's the kind of solutions that I'm going to bring to national government. But that message didn't resonate. She lost by 2/3. You're going to lose by 2/3 if you don't follow the lessons that we take away from this, which is your message has to be not to other realtors, not to be there to impress other realtors, but to tell your clients how much you care, that you have their back, and that you're trying to solve a problem for them. I understand how confusing can be to buy, sell homes. I know how exciting and scary it is. My job is to take you through the hand and get you to the closing table on time and trouble free. Versus I've had 7 transactions where the people on the other side were creating all this drama, and these are the solutions that I brought to the table because they defaulted on a contract. And you can bring that message forward, which can be very impressive, but you can lose your audience because what's in it for me comes out. I see lots of hands here. We're going to start with Camille, then we're going to go to Kay. Camille, you're up first. And I'm guessing that this is very personal to you.
It is, and you know what? I'm going to admire her all day long because she's accomplished a lot, and nothing that's everything that she says is the truth and to the bone. Again, wrong audience. But one thing we talked about was how could she have done better, or could she have fixed that? At that level, after doing so much, we tend not to want to adhere to our own teachings. As we get ready to transition from the military, some of the classes that they take us through is how do we adapt to the civilian world. She missed that completely as a 30-year veteran, right? I mean, at the strategic level, the Pentagon, they write these things. The program I'm in right now is supposed to help me to adapt to the civilian world. So I have to come back, talk to civilians like they're talking like not like I'm in the military anymore, and that sort of stuff. She missed that completely, right? You know, with all, and I mean, again, my hat's off to her. All the accolades she has had in the military, I think she missed the boat on maybe getting some education on how to adapt to the civilian world, because that's what we call the rest of the country, the civilian world.
All right, so I am going to open up a poll and a quiz because I'm really curious your answer. I'm just going to use a different poll instead of creating one, and not that one because that's not the right one. I want to get a different one. Okay. I want you to choose one if you feel like Kim would have done a better job in Congress I want you to pick two if you think Candace, ignore the video, but looking at their experience only, who really do you think would have done a better job as your congressman? Kim or Candace? Kim is number one, Candace is number two. Who do you think would have done a better job?
Which one was who? One more time.
It wasn't group 5. So we had Kim was 1 and Candace was 2. We have 14 of you voted. We have 32 of you. So I want to try to get at least 15 of us, at least half the class voting here. And remember, she lost by 2/3. But who at the end of the day do we think would have moved the country forward? All right, so we've got 19 of us. I haven't seen anybody else vote for a moment, so I'm going to end the poll there, and I'm going to share the results with you. 70% of you said that Kim, the warrior, would have done a better job in Congress than Candace, but 2/3 voted for Candace. So the question is, the more experienced agent at the end of the day we know is going to do a better job, but we don't care anything about what you know until we know how much you care. And the reality was, one of the candidates was more relatable and talked our language at home. Because there is one thing that I want to throw out here, is that your average American citizen, they don't want to go to war. They want a hero. Okay. Thank you for that. I hope you guys learned a little bit about this and how this is going to relate to your own value proposition. And let's talk about that. What was your takeaway in this video that might change your approach to your UVP? Okay.
I mean, if we're talking about taking this example in a listing appointment, I would say that I learned like you might have a lot of experience, but if you don't personalize your relationship with that seller, you might not be able to be the right agent for that person, for that prospective seller, because everybody have their specific reason why they want to sell their house. So if you come in on a listing appointment and talk about how many sales you have made, how many people you have sold their houses, and how much money you have made for them, but that particular listing is all about this person selling because they want to move to another state, and you're talking about something that's completely unrelatable to their situation, like Kim did. She was, she's great, but she was more talking about veterans, which it's great, but not everybody have family who have served the military in the same situation. So I would say that I learned that, on a listing appointment, you want to make sure to understand why is the person selling? What is the reason why they want to sell? So you can personalize and make it about them, not just about you getting the listing.
All right, we're going to watch this video from now Candace one more time.
Teachers make all the difference. Mine helped me overcome childhood homelessness.
Kim Olson doesn't get that. I remember when she fired hundreds of teachers after she mismanaged the budget. She even said we don't understand leadership.
I'm Candace Valenzuela. My work on the school board lifted teachers up with better pay and keeping schools safe from guns. I approve this message because, like teachers, I'll never stop fighting for our kids.
I want you to realize
that's the kind of leadership we need in Congress.
That the difference was the testimonials. The real difference here was the testimonials. Positivity, relatable, school boards, kids, keeping guns out of school, higher teacher wages. These are all things that are positive, that really affect us on the local level, and people thinking more locally and less about the big stage. But testimonials are really important. And like you said, Kay, if you're going to have a listing appointment, that's part of it. It's also part of it that you're trying to get the listing appointment in the first place. You're trying to broaden your sphere, have more people wanting to be your raving fan and giving you referrals, and you're wanting to get more buyers to say yes to you. You want to get your representation agreement signed. So it's less about how many homes you sold. It's less about all the numbers and the statistics. And, unfortunately, how you present your message is much more important than the message itself, which is why we have Vanessa Van Edwards and armed you guys with Vanessa Van Edwards, who can help you guys tell your story, be warm and open and engaging. She talked to you about tilting your head a little bit, about your eye contact, about your happy hello, about getting yourself in the right mindset to be able to help other people. And then we talked about the entire message of knowing your value proposition and being able to tell stories. And people like stories, they like relatable, and everything that we learned from Vanessa Van Edwards was in Candace's video. From the eye contact, talking to their audience, the head tilt, telling the stories, all of it was there. And so we're going to go back, hopefully, and revisit some of those stories from Vanessa Van Edwards. But I saw a couple of other hands as well, as we were talking about maybe something that we've learned as this is a takeaway that we're going to take heed of in our approach for our value proposition. And like Kay said, your value proposition is how we get hired, how we get people to say yes to us. And that is referrals, that is listing appointments, and that is buyers hiring us to do the job. Especially in a people-based relationship business, the relationship has to be at the very, very heart of this, and the relationship can hurt you or help you based on your approach. So our approach to our value proposition, the words we choose, the focus that the heart and of our message has to be something that will bring you closer to the consumer, that makes them want to work with you, which means it has to be less about you and more about what you're going to do for them. Because we didn't hear much about what, in fact, we heard nothing at all from Kim about what she's going to do for us. We only heard what she already has. Her entire message is, this is what I did for you. You should vote for me. Versus the entire message of Ms. Venezuela, Candace, was, this is what I'm going to do for you. And I'm going to help your kids, and I'm going to help your teachers. Very different message. One resounding more experience. We even said that we thought that Kim was going to do a better job in the job itself, but we hired the person that we liked better, not the person who we thought was going to do the best job. So if we remember that, you're going to have a lot more success in the outcome of this value proposition. Okay, when we get back from lunch at 1:15, we're going to hear from Michelle LaFortune and some of the people that she has taken through her group before. It was 1:15, is that right, Michelle? There was 1 o'clock. We're going to actually do that right now. I'm sorry. It's at 1. I told you 1 o'clock, right? 1:15? We're right on time? Or did we just...
Sorry about that. No, we talked about 2:15, and I was able to secure 3 past graduate, which
Okay.
like dying to talk to you guys.
All right, thank you. So I wasn't sure if I was going to have you do it right before lunch or right when we got back from lunch. Okay, when we get back, we're going to get back from lunch at 2 o'clock. We're going to hear from Michelle and some of the people that she has taken through the Brian Buffini course. Then we're going to watch some really fun videos of real estate agents who have done videos for their business. And we're going to look at those videos and try to figure out which ones we think are going to be effective and not. So we have a video, a breakout session, a video, a breakout session, a video, a breakout session, a video, a breakout session. There are 10 videos and 10 breakout sessions. So when we come back from lunch, you're going to watch other agents who are in Austin, in Texas, and around the country doing videos for their business and look at which ones are really effective that helped their business versus ones that didn't. So if you're going to do a video for your business, like film a video after you've gone to your city council meeting, let's try to figure out how we can learn ahead of time to make these more impactful and actually help your business grow better. And that's what we're going to do when we come back from lunch. It's 1 o'clock. I will see you all back at 2 o'clock.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. I am missing my participant screen. There it is. Okay. The fun is about to begin. I'm very excited about jumping into these next videos and these new breakout sessions that we have coming. I'm gonna message someone, just messaging you. Please make sure you shut the door because I can hear myself coming back through. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Jack, it's Jana.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you something. I put it in the chat because I was on Zoom on my phone at the time, but there's a billboard, and I discussed this with my friend because we brought it up, and I was like, how do you perceive this billboard? But there's a realtor on, so I live on Highway 380. I don't know if anybody knows anything about Highway 380 out here. It's always under construction. It's very congested, lots of traffic, lots of accidents, so on and so forth. And his billboard says 380 stinks, your realtor shouldn't. And I was going to get your feedback and your opinion on that.
Okay, let's have a conversation that offline.
Okay. Because you were just bringing up, about having those, you're showing those examples, and it jogged my memory of seeing that 380 billboard. And I was kind of like, like, I kind of like to know the opinion on that.
I think that having a message that ties into negativity is going to bring more negativity. I think that your city council members and your people that are working really hard to bring solutions to the table to fix this are probably disappointed by seeing that. I ask myself the question, what good is that going to bring anything? When it comes to fixing a lot of these roads, it requires money from TxDOT. Most municipalities don't have the ability to fix it, and these are 15-year projects that cost a lot of money. So you have to ask yourself in your marketing and advertising, who's my audience? Is it negative? It is, if it's pushing negativity out, then I'm going to attract an audience that enjoys negativity. And is that who you want to bring into your business? And in all the messaging in the world that you can put out there and advertise to bring into your business, is that really the message that you want to send? So I can put it that way. I don't think there's any, excuse me, I don't think there's any fair housing issues behind it. I don't think that there's any regulatory issues. I just don't think that maybe that has done their agent. I don't think that agent has done themselves any favor. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I agreed with you. I thought the negative and how you say don't use negative words and things like that, that was in my head, it was negative.
Yep. So if we look at spontaneous trait transference, what is going to stick to her?
To the realtor that posted it.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna attract, like you said.
The definition of spontaneous trait transference that we learned in our mega relentless, actually it was the maximize your income class that we had. What word would stick to that agent?
So people are going to think she stinks.
Yeah,
that's right. So that's what's going to stick with her, stink. And does that what she wants to? So again, Jana, I think that we have to be very careful in our marketing and our advertising to attract the right clientele, to put our message out there, especially if you're going to spend so much money. Is that our message?
I know. I was thinking, my friend and I said, just think how much money he spent on this billboard. It's been up for a while.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
I just kind of curious, is it working? Because it is negative.
I would call them out. But the thing is that you don't know with advertising and marketing, you never know what the effect would have been had it been something different. You just know what the effect that you're getting. It would be curious to know if he's getting leads from it and if he's just not getting a bunch of people calling and agreeing with him that the roads are awful. So anyway, thank you for bringing that forward because it's just another reminder that we have as a class to we see these billboards out there, we see the messaging, we see what our fellow agents are doing. Um, what can, how are we going to approach our own marketing? Mike, and then I saw a couple of other hands.
I think it also says, why would you want to live in this area? Because the roads are so bad.
Well, I mean, although I agree with that, if the usually roads stink because of the traffic, and if the traffic is bad, that means that the community has received probably some growth, and growth is never a bad thing. But with growth comes both the negatives and the positives, and we have to figure out what the positive is. And obviously, that agent themselves has benefited from that growth, and then complaining about the very growth that's helped their business. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jenna.
And one other thing, Jack, and I don't know if you want to bring it up now or not, but when you talked about HOA, two of our HOAs on 380, just 3 miles away, tried to say that there could be no Section 8 and that whenever the rentals agreement for Section 8 were ended, they had to leave and had sued, I got told, quote unquote, sued the pants off of that HOA.
Well,
but you're talking about the HOA and sometimes, them doing a little bit more than they should.
I'm going to give you guys a homework assignment. I want you guys to find a marketing campaign out there that impresses you and bring that to me as well. Something that someone is doing really, really well and find that to me. In terms of HOA stuff that's going on, yeah, let's definitely pull that into a different segment because we don't have enough time to get through this content. We've got to get in moving on this video, but I will be available to you on general on our break. Okay, this video is a little bit longer. I always have very mixed reviews about this next video that we're going to play because the video itself is a little bit, it was done a while back. And you're not going to be, raise your hand if you're in the market for purchasing an $8 to $12 million home. Okay. So if you're not in the market for that price range, then you're not the customer for this ad. Is your luxury, but before we get into that, it's we got 4 more minutes, Michelle, because I said 2:15, so I want to be respectful to your people and get you right on time. We're gonna probably watch this video and then pull you guys right after. But look, this video was done by a marketing genius, and it was one of the most successful videos of all time. However, a lot of agents watch this and they're put off by it because it doesn't give them what they want, which is I want to see the house. It shows you how the people are going to live in the house versus the actual house itself. For those of you who are in the luxury market, you know that your luxury sellers want you to be present for every showing. They want a pre-qualification letter or proof of cash before a showing can happen, and they don't want you doing open houses for the most part, unless they're a broker open, where you're bringing in people who can actually bring them a qualified buyer, because they don't want a bunch of burglars walking the house trying to figure out how and where there's the entry points to break into the house and where the expensive things are to steal. So it's a different product, it's a different type of situation, and even in the luxury, they still don't want to bring in open houses just from the general public. They want highly qualified, targeted marketing for that property. So if you have a $10 million listing, then the audience is going to probably be most likely a professional that is a high earner or high net worth individual. These people, not always, but typically, are very, very busy, inundated with on average. But also, let's just look at who are they marketing this to? And it's interesting because when we get back from this, I'm going to ask you who you think they're marketing to, and I'm going to put you into your group. So we're going to watch this video really quickly.
Check out what was on the inside of this water heater. This customer was no longer
Okay. Wrong video. Very much wrong video. Actually, this is a video that I threw in front of it. Okay. We're going to watch these two quick videos and put you in group breakout sessions, but I set the stage for the wrong video. I'm sorry. I forgot that I put this video in front of it. Here's a video from a trade who put out a video, and let's watch it.
getting hot water from this water heater. After a couple of quick diagnostics, I determined that the lower element was burnt out. This tank was 20 years old, and the customer decided to go with the replacement option. Thankfully, there was already a full port drain valve on this water heater, so it was easy to drain down. This home has never had a water softener, and the water hardness in this area is pretty bad, so I was curious and I cut open the side of the tank. I was not expecting it to be this bad, but with the water hardness that we have here, this doesn't surprise me. This is what the customer was bathing and showering in. Not surprisingly, they are now getting a water softener installed. The bottom half of this water heater was completely packed full of this calcium and sediment. The lower element definitely hasn't been doing anything for a while. For anyone who says flushing a water heater is pointless, just take a look at this. Anyways, I thought this one was pretty interesting and I was excited to share it with y'all. Let me know what y'all think.
Okay. How many of you have inspectors that you work with? Do you think that this would be a great video for you to go out with an inspector and have them do a video with you on the importance of flushing out your water heater, and maybe show an example like this of what that really means to someone? Do you think that this video is effective?
Yes, I was currently wanting to go Google how to flush my water heater. So it was definitely effective.
This is a kind of really great content that you can put out there. Here, we want to show you what could be going on with your house. And when we represent you in the purchase of your home, we're going to recommend you get an inspector, and we're going to have the inspector look at that water heater and try to figure out what's going on with it, because this could be the case. Things that you want to know when you're purchasing a home. Impactful. We're going to watch a couple of these videos. The next one is, we got 2 more minutes. We're going to watch this video too, because this one's going to blow your mind. Another one. So we're just going to rewind that for those who weren't quite paying attention before, when we saw, let's just look and see. Before he crunches a 2x4, it looks perfectly fine. Obviously, the purpose of the home inspection. Home buyer says, nah, I think everything's great. I don't need a home inspection. It is part of our fiduciary duty to help people understand the importance of a home inspection. So these are good short videos to explain to our clients, is this a Cadbury egg or is that a 2x4? These are videos that we can get with our third-party trades to pound the message home of the importance of a home inspection. Again, showing the value that you bring to the table as an agent, because without an agent recommending that they need a home inspection, they may just look at it and they may have granite countertops and nice hard top floors and everything look great, smell great, and they get up there and all of a sudden this is going on and they don't even know it. So if we're going to put videos out there, what was wrong with these two videos is they didn't have a call to action. And if you're going to do a video in your business, you should absolutely have a very distinct call to action, explaining what the problem is and what you're going to solve and how you're going to solve it. And if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please call me, because your referral would mean the world to us. Don't let your buyers and sellers take it by chance. Make sure that they hire a professional that's going to help properly advise them through their purchase and sale. Okay, we have Michelle LaFortune, who has taken time out of her day, and as well as some of her prior graduates from the Buffini program, here to talk with us about the value of the Buffini program. Once you've graduated Mega, we're going to come out of Mega on the other side, and you're going to feel a little disjointed. You have gone through all of this training, all of this preparation, and then you pop out the other side, and it's like, okay, what was I supposed to do again? And that's the thread that pulls you right into Michelle's group, and then they focus directly on working on your database and loving on your database. So the perfect transition from Mega is our sales department calling calling the clients and prospecting, and getting into her program to help you communicate with your people and have a group of people that's holding you accountable for loving on your spheres and building that referral-based business. In all things you do, consider the end. Building a referral-based business should be that thing. Welcome, Michelle. I'm going to spotlight you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Number one, like I will introduce the three graduate. Before I do, like just make sure you check your email, your inbox, because I will send things in regard of the Buffini training, the cost and what you get. And I also will have some free stuff. You definitely want to look into it. The first graduate, I'd like to introduce Rebecca to you guys. Rebecca, could you share with Mega 14 your experience from the Buffini program?
Absolutely. It was totally positive. And one of the main reasons it was positive is because of you, Michelle. And she did not pay me to say that whatsoever. Michelle brings encouragement, excitement, you name it, every single week. Like Jack said, it is Buffini is like a perfect transition from Mega, because you work, you're laser focused on real estate. And like I said, you're on the other end, it's a little bit of a letdown. It's like, okay, what do I do now? How am I going to do it? And Buffini, it's like Brian Buffini and Jack must have gone to the same school of real estate, because their thought process is very, very similar. Every week you get a presentation from Brian Buffini. You get tools, and more tools. Michelle breaks it down with you. And so there's just a wealth of knowledge in the room at the time. You make connections with other people that you've already been in touch with in Mega, but you get to know them on a more personal basis. And there's accountability, because you have to be willing to share your challenges, things that have gone well, things that have gone wrong, and what are you going to do to make that better? You just have to be willing to open up, and there's more of an opportunity there. And then it keeps you motivated and keeps you going, because it's easy. You know, sometimes you feel like, or I have felt like at times I'm kind of by myself, you're trying to navigate it alone. But when you've got people that you can connect with and people you can talk to periodically, it makes all the difference in the world to help keep you going and keep you back on track. So those are just some of the positive things that I can totally say about Buffini.
Thank you, Rebecca. We really appreciate your input. Next person will actually be Layla. Layla, take it away.
Hey, so I also felt the same way. I was going to tell you that, in the middle of Mega, which is kind of like a fire hose of information. Very good. But it's hard to wrap your mind around like, oh yeah, I'll sign up for this other class to start really soon. But well worth it. And a great continuation, like Rebecca was saying. Also a little gentler, a little more, a little slower, a little bit also very interesting, very eye-opening, well put. And like you said, you know, Brian and Jack have the same approach as far as how this should be done. So pretty amazing. I also have here, you get 2 months worth of the mailers and the cards. And it comes with like a letter. It's hard to, I don't know if you can see, but great mailers, great cards, and make sure that that exactly says, you know, here's how you can say it. You can tweak the letter and make it your own and send it right out. It's very, very cool. And stickers that say, you know, by the way, never too busy for your referral. Here's some of the cards. So highly recommend, highly recommend.
Okay, next one, last but not the least, Mr. Gilbert, your turn, take it away.
Hi. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you,
Great.
Gilbert. 100%.
Thank you very much. I think just like everyone who has gone through this
I think
program.
you're muted, Gilbert.
I can hear him really well.
Never mind.
Yeah, I hear you. I think the last word Jack was emphasizing on is referral-based business. And when I joined Mega, I lost a transaction because I didn't know how to do the referral. And my friend who was selling from another state was trying to buy from another state. I didn't know what to do with him. So, and I lost the transaction. And today I will stand to say whatever benefit I've gotten from Mega and the Buffini program, it's really helped me build me in a way that I would say the Buffini program and Mega, I think Jack is teaching it, and Brian Buffini is spicing it up for us with his Do It Now campaign. Not to boast, I'm talking about myself. I just got a contract executed 2 hours ago, and it's all coming from a referrer because I didn't know how to do it. So subsequently, probably next month, I have 2 closings which are pending, which is all referrer. When I started, I never knew how to do this until we started getting all these mailers. And the little things about real estate is knows about somebody's birthday, know about what they like, talk about the type of food and whatever. And this program, they'll send you mailers out every now and then, which carries informations that are so impactful. And when I went through the program, it was really an eye-opener for me and the team. It was just another learning process for me. I think realtors are the most educated people in the world, in my opinion. You can tell how much Jack is always teaching. He doesn't just come up to tell people about gibberish. He is always on a learning process, because if he doesn't learn, he can teach. So it's all about the referrer training and training and training. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle, for all of your love and energy and excitement and encouragement through the Buffini program, and by taking the Buffini program by the horns, going out and getting your certificate so that you can lead our agents through that program and helping them succeed. You mentioned something, you all mentioned something, which is encouragement, motivation. Motivation is everything in real estate. We have to motivate ourselves to wake up every day, focus on income producing tasks, and go out there and sell and continue selling. Because if we're not selling, then we're unemployed. We wake up every day unemployed. So how can we wake up every day focused on income producing tasks, focusing on our database, and trying to create an army of raving fans out there to assist us and to help us find more people that are looking to buy, sell, and lease a home. And when people love us, they know us, they trust us, they have no questions regarding our ability, commitment, ethics. That's part of it. But exactly what Gilbert said, it's more than that. Because remember what we just watched about Candace and Kim Olson, Candace Venezuela and Kim Olson. We had a clear winner in who we thought was going to be best for the country, which wasn't the person who won. There are sometimes we can have a listing appointment against someone who we think that we might not even win against them because they have the experience, they have the wisdom, they have something that we don't have. But we have to remember what it is that people hire. They hire a person, they hire someone who cares. They're gonna hire the person who cares the most. Now, let me just ask you this. You can go to the hospital and you can go to the best neurosurgeon in the world, but if you don't feel like they care about you and going to fight for you, are you going to hire them? What do we want from our neurosurgeon more than anything else? We want them to care. We want them to show how much they care, because in our belief system, the more they care, the more they're going to try to make sure that they do good for us. They're invested in our success. And that's exactly what Michelle is doing. That's exactly what the Buffini program is all about, an investment in your success by holding you accountable to income producing tasks, which is your client and working the database. And in my mind, my entire first 3 classes of Mega is dedicated to shattering your glass ceiling, believing and knowing the truth, which is the 5% that's out there selling the 95%. There's nothing that they're doing that you can't do as well. We just have to teach you those tricks and those tools to be able to exceed at the level that they're exceeding. And it's not because they're the smartest people. It's not because they're the most gifted people. And it's not because they've been in the business longest, because a lot of those people who jump in the business in the first 5 years are closing 90 transactions, 100 transactions a year, making that $1 million mark. And they're up against people who have been in the business for 20 years that are struggling to close 5 transactions a year. So if you want to know what the difference is, it's the connection that you have with your clients. And that connection can only happen if you're waking up every day excited about the profession, optimistic about the profession, and got the motivation. And that's a lot about what Buffini is. So thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Thank
And
you.
if any, like I said, like just make sure like all my email talking about Buffini will always start by Buffini. The minute you see Buffini, open it up, make sure, because there's going to be free gift. I'm going to give it through the Mega training. And obviously the gifts are from Buffini.
And I have to throw out there, Layla and Gilbert and Rebecca and Michelle are fantastic agents, and they have found their way through Mega, thank you, and found their way to Buffini, thank you again, and giving back and loving on their clients to find success in the business. And so I'm proud of all of you. Thank you for coming and being testimonials of both Mega and the Buffini program. And thank you for all that you bring to the professionalism of our profession, because these are 4 absolutely amazing real estate agents. And this is the shining example of what all of our Mega class is striving to be.
And thank you for inspiring us.
Michelle, when is your class kickoff date?
You put me on the spot. Normally I got my note. Is it July 9? We're gonna have the intro. The following Thursday, we're gonna start the training, and it's including 8 module, and it's gonna be every Thursday, 10 to 12. And it's going to end on August 29. And if for any reason, and I will email all the information as well, but if any of you are actually going on vacation, because that can happen, do not worry, go sign up, because everything is recorded and you will have access to everything for the entire 2 months.
And we get to, Lisa and I both play a little role, just a very small role. We get to pop in,
It's like,
throw some inspiration in there. So you'll see us popping in there as well. Thank you, Michelle.
you're welcome.
Raise your hand if you're excited about Buffini. All right, cool. I hope to see many of you in our 2024 Buffini class. And again, thank you everyone for coming and talking about Buffini and Mega. It's really appreciated. And what a perfect day to have that conversation on our reputation day, and the day that we are trying to learn how to sell ourselves properly, learn how to put good, positive information out there so that that comes back to us, which is at the very heart of the conversation that they're having in Buffini. So we watched two very interesting videos, one over a very corroded, calcified water heater that clearly the bottom burner was just doing absolutely nothing. And people are showering in that recycled carbonated water, calcified water. And then the other one was a stud that was in the attic, a joist that had been completely destroyed by termites. And what's interesting is that looking on the outside of it, it showed little to no evidence that it would be at that level, at that destroyed and damaged at that level. So obviously there's a structural issue now with that property. In fact, it's be curious to know if that house is even livable with what we're seeing. So inspections can be really important, but what the entire second half of this day is about is putting video out. It's going to be all about video. We've gotten through the mindset. Now we're going to talk about getting yourself out there. You're not afraid to call your people, so you're going to be calling them. You're going to secure your client base, but now you're also going to be putting yourself out there in the world in a productive way that's going to bring you business. A lot of agents jump into the business, and the one thing they focus on is TikTok and LinkedIn, and they try to spend all of their time trying to fish in a very large pond of social media. And it's a very difficult thing to get right. How many of you went to school for marketing or advertising? Raise your hand. What is the number one premise in marketing and advertising? What is the thing that all marketing campaigns must get right?
Is it your audience?
Audience is definitely part of it, but
I
what?
would say being being rememberable.
Okay.
Your
If
message?
you're,
Bring business.
what does that mean? You're on the right track, Mohammed. He said bring
Yes.
business. How do you bring business? What do they call that in marketing?
Solution to the problems? No.
Find the audience. What kind of business you are in?
What are we asking them to do in our advertising? If we
To
ask
sell
them
our
to,
products, sell our services.
if we ask our audience to do nothing, what are they going to do?
Nothing.
Call
to action.
Thank you, Dimitri. When you go to school for marketing, the one overarching theme, just like I said, call your people, the one overarching thing in that other profession, which is marketing, is call to action, call to action. I can tell you that Deandra, every time she steps into my office and puts something on my desk that doesn't have a call to action, I can just look at her for 3 seconds and she'll say call to action, and she takes it out of the office and takes it back to her computer, because she knows a piece of media that has no call to action has no value. You had eyes on it, but you missed the point. So you guys said a lot of good things, your value proposition and all of this stuff. But if we don't ask the user to take action and do something, they're not going to take action. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do anything. And it's going to leave you with a entertainment only marketing channel. That everything you're doing is for the entertainment value. And unless you're retired and you want to make people smile and laugh and blow their mind with information, that's great. But if you're a salesperson and you're wanting to drive your message home, regardless of the message, every message must contain a call to action, and it can't be implied. And just like you can't have a great conversation with your clients and not have a call to action in your conversation. And when you're having your phone calls and we have a call to action in the phone call, what is our call to action when we're talking to them?
Ask for referrals.
Yes. If you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please call me. Your referral would mean the world to me. That is the call to action in your phone call. If there is no call to action in a message, the message had no value for the salesperson. Now, that's not to say that we're not trying to dig deep. Just like Gilbert said, I love it. We want to know what their favorite food is. We want to know what's going on with their kids. We want to know what's going on with their spouse. We want to create a relationship with them that's not necessarily surface, but deeper than that, because this is the relationship business. They have to know that you care about them. First, that you're a quality person, but second, that you really care about them. And how do we show someone that we care about them? That's investing in time in them and investing enough time to at least ask them questions. These are really important premises. Okay, so those two videos we watched, just to make sure I don't get this wrong. Okay. Here is a video from Diego Ojeda. How many of you may have seen his channel in Austin? Raise your hand if you've seen him before. Samantha says, okay. Diego Ojeda is a brand new agent. His dad is also an agent. He went to work for the brokerage that his dad works at. Diego, up to 3 weeks ago, had never yet sold a home. We're going to see 5 of his videos. And from the professionalism that he has in his videos, you would think that he sells homes all day long. So your production and what's going on in the background has nothing to do with your likability factor, whether people want to hire you or whether people are going to reach out to you, because his social platforms have actually created quite an interesting following. Let's watch Diego Ojeda. I'm going to back it up just once.
I think this condo with this view rents for here in downtown Austin.
Answer, $8,500 a month.
I'm Diego Ojeda, and this is what 2.2 million.
Running it over.
I'm Diego Ojeda, and this is what $2.2 million gets you here in downtown Austin.
Walk it like I talk it. Yeah. Take my shoes and walk a mile, something that you can't do. Hey, big talks of the town, big boy game moves. Game moves. I like to walk around with my chain loose.
Video 3.
Diego Ojeda, and if you love Trader Joe's, you'll love this residence. This is what $3,100 a month gets you here in downtown Austin, a stone's throw away from Trader Joe's.
Would you live here? All right. Every single one of his videos had his name. Hi, I'm Diego Ojeda. Had a message, a question, some music behind it that had some beat to it. Not all of that music is going to appeal to everyone, but obviously he chose those as trending music. And then also had a call to action on each one of them. I'm going to put you guys in groups, and I want you guys to talk about the 3 Diego Ojeda videos. And I want you to answer the first question, because it's really easy for us to judge people. First of all, Have you done any videos yourself? Yes or no? So figure out that. Number two, if you were to do a video, could you do it better than him? And then the third one is, what do you think that he could have done that's better? Following on the screen. Was it interesting? Did it have a call to action? Was it effective? And would you do it better? So we're going to follow those four. I'm going to actually put these into the chat so you get the little message box that pops up that reminds you of the four questions that you have to answer, because sometimes we come back from our group messages and we forget the questions that we're trying to answer. I want you to be thinking about what you're watching and then think about your own business and apply that to your own business. And is this going to make you want to do more videos yourself? Do you think you should be doing videos? Are the videos that you're putting out there effective, or are there at all? And do you think that's essential for a real estate agent to be marketing themselves in this way? Breakout rooms are open. I'm going to reshuffle. So we have a brand new group. Please select a group captain that has not been a group captain before today, and you don't get 10 minutes. You get 5 on this one. See you back in 5 minutes. So this is not Vegas. The rule isn't what happens in breakout session stays in breakout session, quite the opposite.
Oh man.
Uh-huh. Okay, who's passionate about this that wants to talk about what they talked about in your group? Raise your hand. Janeth, okay, what'd you come up with? Are you the group spokesperson for your group?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So we thought it was interesting, especially like where he did the drone and from the balcony. That was very unique. I actually haven't seen that before. So we did think it was interesting, showing the amenities, showing various things. It was really neat to see. You didn't just show the apartment; he showed what all the what else was added in. So, and then the videos were interesting. Did it have a call to action? He said at the end, DM me. I guess I think to find out more information. We felt it was effective because it did keep like our attention, and we were looking, or like, oh, Trader Joe. Yeah, I know Trader Joe, I like that store. So we think it was effective. The only thing we thought to do better is for me, I'm like, I'm not real good at Instagramming and all that yet, like TikToks and stuff. So like when he said DM me, we were thinking have other ways for the somebody to contact you, like phone number, maybe email, just another way to contact you besides just DM me.
Okay.
So for different age groups and for different technology level of people, and maybe the different ways that they prefer to contact. I may not prefer to be direct messaging back and forth, because on my Instagram, I don't even have it set up for it to notify me that I get a message. I use Instagram for workouts and yoga. So it's not really a platform for me yet for business. So that's something that I would prefer to text him or call him.
Okay. So Mr. Diego has gone to school and has a marketing degree. And he's used that marketing degree to attract the client that's his ideal client. So he's talking to his base, and his base knows exactly what DM is. So do we want to always work with only our base? No, but he knows who his audience is. And he doesn't want him to text because he didn't give the phone number. So DM is direct message me on the platform that I'm on right now. So it's very specific to message me, right? There's that message button, DM me. So, we're going to talk a lot about who our audience is, who our customer is. Do we know our audience? Are we speaking their language, our community? Are we communicating with them effectively? And at the end of the day, is our call to action going to resonate with them to pull a message back? Thank you, Jenna. What group were you in? Let me see.
Camille in there.
Group 3. Okay. Who else are actually your group 1, sorry. Who else is my group captains? Who else are my group captains?
Me.
Okay, I heard of me, Adam, and then Samantha. Then Link. All right, let's do it. Adam, you're up.
Yeah, no, like you said, he had that degree in marketing. With the video, he did, an awesome video, especially with the drone and showing itself. Yeah, and also has his directed audience, which is the younger audience, because we also spoke about, if he had added like at the end of the video of, hey, this is my brokerage, this is our number, and that would have, opened up more audience, more audience for him instead of his directed audience. But overall it was nice video. He probably doesn't have a CRM like we do. I mean, that's why he said, just DM through Instagram. Um,
Because we certainly want him just to register right here.
yeah. Yeah, that, if he had his own website with CRM, and people click to his website, that would have been, even better for on his end. So that way everything's all in one system.
Click here to schedule an appointment to see this property.
Yeah.
100%. We've given you that ability off the cuff, off the shelf, day one. Awesome. Would you is anyone in your group doing video at this level right now?
No, not yet. We had a discussion about it. I remember having a discussion with for videos. She said that, we would have to get from listing agent, owner of the home, and depending on what area, if you could drive the drone or fly the drone around, all that. So a lot of permission before shooting the video, so that way we don't get fined or break any rules or laws.
Well, and some of these videos just may be inside his brokerage. I know that one of them is. But yes, you're exactly right that we have to get permission from the owner to do these videos, which is not difficult to do. Thank you. So are we saying that this video right now is setting a new bar for us?
I mean, it's competition, but
Okay, so do you have
competition
stuff
is good. I'm sorry.
idea.
Yeah.
Do you have stuff out there that's better right now?
As in for myself or just for us overall?
For you right now.
I haven't started doing videos yet because I
So we
want
have
to.
no video
Yeah.
right now, is that
Yeah.
right? So
As
this
in,
video sets a new bar because if this okay,
Yeah.
let's get push back on that because we can all say that we're going to do better and that we can do better, but the video out there right now is bringing him leads in and has been bringing him leads for a month. So there is a difference between saying we're going to do something and saying we can do better and not yet have done any. So the fact that it's out there, it's running, and it's lead generating, I'm going to say it's setting a bar for us.
Agreed.
Who's up next? Thank you, Adam. You did an excellent job. Excellent, excellent. Amelia, were you up next?
I think it was.
Uh,
I think you said Samantha, but I can go if.
Okay, Ling. Thank you.
Yep. So pretty much everything ditto on all the other stuff, but Dimitri was one of the ones that had done a video, and he said that if it were his, he would have added some more drone, like aerial drone footage of the place. Laura brought up a good point, just like everybody else did, where maybe they should add some like share phone numbers on there. But like you said, maybe Diego just, it was part, he doesn't want people to text him, that kind of thing. So Stephen had mentioned that maybe
Well, so maybe it's that he doesn't want you to, maybe it's not that he doesn't want you to text him, that the easiest thing right now is to click the button on the screen that you're already looking at. The absolute easiest thing for the user. So if he is trying to make it as easy as possible for the person who happens to be watching that video at that time, there's a button right here that says message me.
Yeah, okay. Can see that. Yeah, so being one click away kind of thing. Stephen had mentioned maybe a little bit more clarity in the beginning of the video. Because sometimes he would just say, like, what does a $2.2 million house look like in Austin, but then not say like that I'm going to be, that I can show to you, blah, 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 kind of thing. And we loved that they were short and sweet. And it seemed to be effective. Provokes questions, that kind of, or provokes, yeah, questions like, do you like Trader Joe's? Yeah, I love Trader Joe's. Well, here's a place, that we have that you can look at, kind of thing. So,
right, who doesn't love Trader Joe's? I mean, it's kind of a phenomenon, right? People love it. and he makes the landmark. Do you like Trader Joe's? Because there it is. You're gonna love this place. It's right here. Very.
And you don't even have to drive and park.
That's right. Take the
That's what he
elevator
should have
right-
said.
Literally, take the elevator to Trader Joe's. Would you like to take your groceries upstairs from Trader Joe's? Well, here you have it. These are very impactful videos, I think, that remind us that there are agents out there in the market right now that are, think of the amount of energy and time it took him to put these videos. The thought had to be there. He had to find the property to do it. He had to figure out what his messaging was going to be, go out there and actually film it, have drones and understand how to do drones, and either have someone with him that can fly the drone or have his drone license there, have a very clear articulated message, have a call to action, then take these videos and put them together, figure out what music that he wants, which I'm sure was scrutinized about, and then push these out to his medium. How much time do you think that took? A full day, maybe? Probably. Maybe more, but I think once you've gotten into the hack of doing this, and especially if you went to school for marketing, you can push this stuff out pretty quickly. We can push more content out that in one day than one of those videos. So, but it's the actual shooting time of being on location. This is what takes the time. Figuring out where you're going to park, getting your Uber there, whatever it is, getting into the properties, all of those things took time and energy where we can very easily sit back at home and be watching the screen and criticize, not criticize, but give our ideas of what could have been done better. But it's really hard for us to justify critiquing something that we haven't got something out there ourselves. If a point where you have 5 or 6 videos out there that are trending, then we can start objectifying other things, looking and trying to figure out what other people are doing to help make yourself in your videos better. How can we articulate our message? Is he shy in front of the camera? How do you think he articulates himself in front of, how do you think his stage presence is in front of the camera?
Sounds very
Confident.
confident. It's comfortable.
Comfortable. Does he seem happy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does he seem approachable?
Excited.
So not only that, but he's got himself put together when he shows up. Okay, excellent. Now, the next video is actually the video that I thought was going to be the video. So I am going to go back to our original conversation we had when I started showing this video, because I can actually tell based on the size of the video, it's a perfect square. And this is the video that we talked about that I said this was done a while ago. This was on a multi-million-dollar property. And this is an example of a listing agent who listed a property. There's a 10-bedroom home, and they filmed a video about how you can live in this property. And so I want you to listen to the messaging, because a lot of money was spent on this video. This video cost more than $20,000 to produce. So we can sit at home and we can really, really criticize of what we would have done better. And a lot of you are not going to like this video, because almost every time I've done Mega, well, I didn't like the video. Why not? Well, because I don't think they showed off the home very well. Okay. When you're in the luxury market, are you selling a house? Are you selling a lifestyle? And we are selling a lifestyle where it starts out with a wife with a wedding ring, blowing out candles on her birthday, surrounded by friends, asking, what is a full life? Is it memories? And it takes you through about what is quality of life. I want you to realize, whether this is misogynistic or not, the topic or the focal point of this video is built for the watcher to be the husband. The husband is watching from his vantage point, watching this video and saying, I recognize that I work too much. I recognize that I'm at the office too much. And this is what I want for my family. This is what I want for them. This is what I'm looking for. And this person is so strategically talking to that person that if you're not that person, you're not going to like the video.
All right, make a wish.
Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish.
Oh, fast.
And I want you to watch her eye contact for a second. That's going to even double down on the fact of who her audience is.
That's a good one. So are these actors, or who is this the agent?
What's a full life? It's finding your way, discovering your place, and making every square inch your own. It's putting down roots, but never losing sight of the sky. It's seasons of change. Falling down and getting up again. It's tucked away mornings, busy afternoons, and tough days that turn into the best kinds of nights. A full life is holding on, letting go, and keeping it, us, all together. Because the things that matter, for better or worse, are found in the everyday, at home.
How I phrased the video. Greenwich Estate offered for sale, 7 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, 12,988 square feet, sitting on 13 acres. This was a property for sale that a listing firm did this video for that particular property. I'm going to
That
put
is
you
an
in.
amazing video.
It is the bar, by the way. This is taught in all luxury home marketing classes. This is what the expectation would be on luxury listings that go out to luxury sites that we don't even see. Okay, I'm going to dump you into your breakout sessions with the same people again. You're going to have similar conversations. I want you guys to have dialogue regarding these 4 things. Does this make you reevaluate your commitment to listings and how you're going to up your game on your listings? Were you emotionally connected to the video? Maybe, maybe not. And it make you want to see the property. And I realize that this is a very expensive video to create. And so for a lot of agents thinking that, my goodness, I'm going to spend 20 grand on a video, realize that this is a $14 million home. Does anybody know what the commission is on a $14 million home?
It's like
Anybody?
$250,000 or something.
$420,000.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So is spending $20,000 on a marketing video for a $500,000 commission out of whack? Not at all. Okay. I'm putting you guys in for 8 minutes because obviously the 5 minutes last time was not enough time. Let's see what you guys think about this one. I'll see you back in 8. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. This is an interesting one because this video really often sends the class kind of for this loop. We have people who love it, people who don't like it, people confused about it in circles. All right, who wants to go first?
Samantha does.
I saw Stephen raise his hand. So Stephen beat everyone by 0.001 seconds. So Stephen, you're up first and then Samantha.
My hand was organically up. I was just kind of sitting like this, and I actually dropped it as soon as you said who wants to go first.
But I did raise my hand, so I can go because he's in my team.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so it definitely, Dimitri, hands down, I think, loved the video the most. He's very excited about it, bragged about the production quality. I have no idea if it was good or bad, but I liked it. And it did.
What do you mean that you have no idea if it was good or bad? Explain that a little bit. Let's dig into that.
For myself?
Yeah, from yourself.
I just thought it was a good video, but it wasn't I mean, like, it's just, I think obviously that video was very intentional. And so I guess, I don't know what a super good production quality is. And I don't know, I mean, I guess I'd know what a bad one was if I saw a bad video, but I don't know if the production value, good or bad, that way would be better, is all I was trying to say.
100%. Thank you. Anybody, anything else from your group?
Yeah, it did make us want to up our game. And talk some more. Maybe I think it was the voiceover that they had was really nice. And we all emotionally connected with it. Whether it was, thinking you were the husband or thinking you were the wife, or just being at somebody's birthday party, or you being the actual birthday girl or guy. And we felt that it gave you just enough of the property to see that you were like, oh, now I have to go book an appointment because I want to see more, kind of thing. So that's what we had.
Thank you. Very interesting. Good job. Who else would like to go?
I'll go.
Thank you, Samantha. So what are your personal thoughts? What was your group's thoughts? Very curious to know.
I personally liked it. I think almost everybody in our group said they felt emotionally connected, but not enough to actually want to go see the property. And then I think everyone agreed that it made them want to increase their effort that they put into listings.
Nice.
So yeah.
Okay. All right, so off script, off these answers, let's be more holistic about it. Do you guys like it? Raise your hand. Okay, everybody seems to like it. Anybody not like it? No, Kay, you don't like it? Okay, let's hear it from Kay.
I mean, I just feel like it was more focus on just family. It feels like, oh, this house is just for a family, a husband, wife, and children. Like, mostly in this day and age, that's what we were talking about earlier. Things have switched where there's a lot of different choices. Like, there's the LGBT community, a husband and a husband can live together, or a wife and a wife. It doesn't just have to be people with children, or also, like a husband and wife, like I said. I just feel like it was a little focus on only a family house with husband and wife and children, which there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, I do agree, but it's just this day and age, things have completely changed. I don't know if this video was recent, but
Okay.
I would be a little skeptical just making it focus about just family.
So when you are filming a video about a property, you've got one to sell, right? So we only have one property to sell. And who are we representing when we do the video besides us and our brokerage?
Seller.
The seller.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question. So how would you have added the storyline differently in today's age and marketed it differently with more diversity? What would you have done differently in that video for that particular seller?
I wouldn't just focus on one group of people. Of course, it has to be diverse, color, race, gender. Just make sure we think about that ethical thing. It doesn't have to just be one particular group of people.
Okay. Thank you. I'm enjoying this dialogue. Jayan. Yes, you.
Jamara, your name says Jayan right now instead of
Why
Jamara.
does it say Jayan? tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Just
I'm so sorry. I didn't see my neck. It sure does. I apologize. Okay, so I was gonna say that I loved the video. And the reason being is because it made me feel like I was watching a movie. And oftentimes I leave the movie theater feeling like, wow, like, what if that was my life, you know? And so for me, when I watched the video, that's where it took me. And so it was less about the property by itself and more like the lifestyle. And I think that's what they were like leaning towards. And I appreciated that. And for me, it wasn't about who was actually in the video. It was me placing myself and my family and my situation in that scene.
I think I do the same thing. When I watched the video, I pictured myself and my family and my situation living in there because of the raw emotional connection that they made with me, that I just put myself and I planted it in that video. So it wasn't me watching them enjoy their life. I felt like somehow they made me say, this is how you're going to live in this home when this is yours. That's the takeaway that I felt from the emotional connection in the video. But everyone, and as you can see, everyone is going to have a different reaction to the marketing that you do. The statistic out there, I told you guys before, it's actually a test question. 33% is going to like it, 33% not going to like it, and 33% is not going to care. So those are the statistics. So no matter what you do, you're going to have people who like it, don't like it, and don't care, no matter what you do. Asan.
I liked it, and I think it serves a lifestyle, and it focus. I'm gonna repeat myself for those who was on my group. It shows it focus on the future, like seeing if you're married with with your wife and kids. You focus on the future, seeing your kids grow up in that house, enjoying a lifestyle. And it can be also two guys or two girls, because they're allowed to adopt, right? So they can adopt and like raise their kid, family. If you a grown person, like, yeah, I don't know, 45, 50, and you don't have no kids, but you still have like your partner, and you guys can grow old together, enjoying the ice skating, the land, walking around the house, just having a peaceful life, So it shows the house, not all the rooms, but enough to like put your curiosity at that level. It just sells a lifestyle and focus on the future. So I did like it. I think it went to the point. And yeah, it definitely, if I had 20 grand to put on a video marketing, I would definitely do that. I liked it.
Thank you, Asan. I think that's what a lot of people are thinking. Great video, very expensive. I would love to have a $14 million listing. Looks like that's what it's going to take for me to advertise and market it. So I'd have to figure out my advertising budget and figure that out. But at the end of the day, this is a whole other level for sure. Mike.
Yeah, I really loved the video. I thought it was really great to show all the emotional bonding and that the husband's seeing the trade-off for his hard work and not being at home, that the kids are having a great lifestyle. And I did think that the wife standing there trying to cook over a stove was a little silly, because they should have some help. But if I were to try to list a property like that, I would certainly want my listing agreement to have an escrow for marketing in case the house didn't sell.
Yeah. 100%. All right. So good job, everyone. I really like the dialogue. I think it's productive. We are going to be, do you think that video is bringing them leads? What leads do you think it's bringing them, really? Let's think about it. What are the number one leads you think they're actually getting from that video?
Rich wives.
Well, they're not promoting that house as a party house. They're promoting this house for family. So that's what you're asking?
Could be getting referrals from other people that have seen the videos that really like it, that want somebody to do it for them.
Sellers.
Thank you. There you go.
I would say sellers, yeah.
Yes. The number one leads that they get from that video. And by the way, this video is the number one luxury video of all time. This video has made them hundreds of sales. And the number one response they get from this, because this video and your marketing and your advertising, when you take a listing, your listing agreement says that the marketing that the firm did owns the marketing. They own the rights to it worldwide, royalty-free, perpetual, and that it survives closing. So the seller and the buyer can't tell you to take it down. It's yours to use and cherish for as long as you may live. And the reality is that it's going to continue working for you long into the future. So maybe you made an investment and we look at that investment and we apply it to that particular commission. But did we think about the advertising that that's going to do forever? So different conversation to have, because we also have to step back, zoom out, and look at the big picture. And whenever we're in real estate, when we're doing marketing like that, we have to look at the big picture, which is why, by the way, when you do twist tours and you do videos, that you want to get the videos and download them and put them on our systems, because our systems and our URLs will never expire. And all of the virtual servers and all the virtual tours URLs always expire. So we build a virtual tour for you. You upload the photos and those virtual tour links will be there forever. But all the twist tours will expire unless you want to pay to renew them for $189 for every 3 years, which after you have 30 or 40 of these done, all of a sudden you start realizing that it's $5,000 a year just to keep these websites alive. And you can do the exact same thing on our servers. Okay, we're going to turn the channel and we're going to watch a much more urban video, a different kind of style, different kind of vibe. Let's watch this video.
Gosh, this penthouse is perfect.
All right, what do we think about that video?
I absolutely loved it.
I think that I want that penthouse for myself.
Okay. Did that video have a call to action? What did they
No.
do? What did they go to links in that video to make sure of?
That they hit every room.
What was missing from every single shot?
Emotion.
People. Information.
Well,
Information.
maybe we didn't notice there was not a single person. They went to links to make sure the rooftops, the balconies, the walkways, the parking structure. It's like the world ended and no one was there. It was a video devoid of people, like they had to have either edited them out or gone to links to get them out of there. Meg, Jamara.
I did note that when we were watching it, but I almost thought they were trying to show the differences between, the bustling city down below and look at how peaceful it is here. That was my take.
There is absolutely an intent because this wasn't done accidentally. I agree that there was a specific intent for that. Jamara.
Yeah, I also feel like the last one that we watched, it was full of people, and I told you, like, when I walk away from the movies, I feel like, gosh, I wish that could be me. But I think that in that situation, their intent is for you to feel the same way. There's no one other person there to distract you. You can visualize you in that place. It's a blank canvas. Well, not blank, it was gorgeous, but a blank canvas for you to just see you, your family, however you want to see it.
1,000,000%. What else? What are the thoughts? We're not taking a breakout session on this one, so we're going to do this one together. But you are going to do a breakout session seriously on the next one.
I was a little worried why there were no doors between, like, the bedrooms just need to be wide open, or perhaps it's just a bed on one side and a bed on the other. It's just that part was kind of strange to me.
Mm-hmm. Kind of whole weird situation going on there with that video. So there was no call to action. The music was kind of a different vibe, kind of an island vibe almost. And then you have got this very earthy plant, light color wood, kind of at the top of this building with gorgeous views and an ocean in the sunset, or ocean in the background. And it's showing you, and this is a great city. There's lots of things going on, but you're going to be peaceful here. This is going to be your serenity. This is where you're going to go to escape all of that that's down there, which is exactly, I think, the point that Meg had. Do you think this video was effective? What do you think?
Yes, for the right audience, it was.
Okay. So do you think that this video did the agent any favors? Let's talk about that. Did this video do the sales agent any favors?
It didn't have her information in there.
Yeah,
So I would say no.
Jamara.
I'm going to disagree. I think it did do the agent some favors because the agent she doesn't have to make you want to live there.
Who's the agent? Let me ask you this question. Who's the agent?
I don't
I
know who
know.
the agent is. There's no information to
Very
tell
true.
you
Very
if
true.
this is even for sale or not.
I was confused. Was this for rent? Was this inviting for the complex, for the whole building? Was it an apartment that was on sale? Are there leasing?
Is it new construction?
Well,
Obviously,
my
now there's books on the shelf, so
it depends. My understanding that it could be totally for like an open house where they bring whole bunch of brokers and real estate agents and create this beautiful movie, and then they do presentation about how many square feet and all of that. So it doesn't really have to have all of that if it's like luxury real estate, and maybe they just
you're gonna have
call
that
to action.
level of production quality, and then you're just gonna throw it away afterwards, and you're not gonna ever use it again.
Well, I don't, I'm not like pro in luxury real estate, but I feel
It
like
shows
it's a
lifestyle for
different place.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
at some
definitely
point with
want.
the music, it really made me want to be there with a caipirinha or a margarita in that pool in that terrace, like it made me
Not
want to
what I
be
asked.
there,
Not what
but
I
that
asked.
Yeah, but it doesn't make a favor because that's not real estate wise.
When you have no call to action, the marketing is what? It all inspired you to want to live there, and that's great. But what action are you going to take on that?
No, I don't know.
You don't even know if the darn thing's for sale.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
looked to me like a clip from a post-apocalyptic movie back in the 60s with Brazilian music.
So that's possible. It could, for I think that also people could feel very lonely watching that video, very isolated watching that video. But some people who are inundated with, 5 kids and a world going on, they look at that and say, "Oh my God, please give me some of that." Other people who are on the other spectrum be like, "This looks really, really kind of weird and lonely and apocalyptic." But in regardless of what direction you're coming from and how you react to this, who was the agent? Who was the firm?
You just don't know what to do with that video.
So you can have a perfectly good video that you all love that has absolutely no value whatsoever. Because I'm not asking you if you want to live there. You are a sales agent. If you spend thousands of dollars to have that produced, what is it going to do for you? What city was that in? Was that in the United States? Was
No
it
idea. I was kind of hoping that would tell me where that was so I could maybe go take a little break there.
I know.
all right? So
Dreamland.
possibly a vacation outlet. Maybe it's an Airbnb. Who knows? Maybe it's a $20,000 Airbnb type of a situation. So remember, when you are doing your video and your marketing, you need to have a very established marketing plan for your business in terms of what you're going to do with your listings and how you're going to market it and how it's going to market you through your listings. Because you want people to call you because they want that level of quality. But if you're a secret agent and they don't know who you are and they don't know if it's for sale and they don't know what city it's in and they don't know if it's who knows what, then you've inspired a lot of people and got a lot of people interested and a lot of people dreaming, which is what you want because people spend a lifetime dreaming about home ownership. And you get their emotional response and you butter it up and get them ready to do absolutely nothing with it. So I have to impress upon you guys from a marketing background, this was an exquisite video that had no call to action. And it completely, I think, in 3 things. I mean, we gave us the address in front, but it didn't give us a city. But I want just to remind you guys when you do these videos and you're doing the open house, hi guys, I'm over here at 123 Main Street. I'm doing an open house from 2 to 4 today. Come on out and see me. I see that all the time. I've got about 12,000 people on my Facebook, 5,000 maxed out, and about 4,000 people who subscribe. And I've got people on my feed all over the country. And I'm constantly seeing videos. And I have no idea where they are, but they're inviting me to come over. They invited me to come to their house from 2 to 4, but I don't know if it's 6,000 miles away or across the street. Is your social media channel within 1 mile of your house and those are the only subscribers? Is social media global? You cannot forget that. You have a global audience. So you need to tell the audience who, what, where, and why. And was there any of that there? We had a really great what? Without a where, without a why, without a who. Okay. Now we're gonna completely, you're gonna continue, Mike, I see your hand up. Just give me 1 more second. What I'm doing with these videos, I'm showing you the polar opposites of each other. And trying to find polar opposites in these videos, by the way, took me hours. So it's not that these videos just came out of nowhere. I spent actually weeks, if not months, finding videos that told this story because I'm telling you a story as we're going through. Mike, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just was going to agree with you about that you couldn't have any idea of where this was. And it's like a lot of times I see this with TV ads a whole lot, where since we have cable or streaming, and you get a ad for a car lot or something, and they don't tell you what city they're in,
Come on,
and
guys, we're
so
giving away free cars today.
so all this money that's been spent for advertising is wasted.
When you don't realize that all of your marketing, the people on the other side of the camera don't know where you are, it makes you realize more about your approach to the advertising and what you need to prepare to tell the audience. We need to tell the audience why they want to live there, what value that they're going to get from being there, and why this is relevant to them. We can inspire the heck out of people. Tomorrow says, I loved it. I want to live there. That's not the question. Is did it bring the agent value? And I'm going to underscore that it absolutely did not. Okay, now this is the opposite video. Let's watch a pro at work.
It might be snowy and cold outside, but the Toronto real estate market is crazy hot right now. My name is Amy Youngren with North Group Real Estate, and I'm here to tell you about our awesome new listing at Alter Condos. Listen, you've got to take a look. Inside Unit 1701 is a super functional layout. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and even a separate media space. Trendy features and finishes, and a beautiful unobstructed view of the city from an expansive balcony. And best of all, amenities that'll make you never want to leave the building. Don't believe me? Take a look. So we've got all the starry eyes for 89 McGill. Its unique street presence makes you do a double take every time you see it. And with a location right in the heart of it all, everything is literally just outside your doorstep. Ready to buy or invest in Alter Condos? Call or text me at 416-624-8854.
Do you think that video did her any favors?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
What do you think
absolutely.
the difference between the pros and the amateurs? I'm putting you guys in group session for 8 minutes. I want to hear what you're thinking in group breakout sessions. Tamika, what group were you in? And Lupe, what group were you in? Do you remember?
I'm in 4.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in 4. And Lupe, where were you?
Not sure with Ling, Dimitri, Laura.
Okay. You were in 2. I'm gonna grab you in 2. There you go. Hey, Kabil. Hey, Kay, are you able to see your group little window? Yep.
Hey, when's the next break? Because they want to ring the bell for somebody who had their first closing and we don't want to interrupt the class.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we still have, I mean, we're not gonna even be able, you're gonna have to do the color assessment in your Mega Minis tomorrow. I mean on Tuesday. When are you doing the UVP and
We could do it on Tuesday and then do the goal boards
on
Tuesday because that's when I'm going to be in Houston. But
okay.
I'm doing Mega Minis first, like we're all online like normal. And then we're going to break out. Lauren will do the goal boards up here, and I'm going to do the ones in Houston
When? On Tuesday or Thursday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday's our business meeting.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm doing it Tuesday.
You're gonna have to just I don't have time to ring a bell in Mega right now. I have literally it's 4 o'clock and I have an hour and I have 2 hours worth of content. So
So we're not taking a break.
I mean, okay, I can take a break at 4 for 10 minutes, yeah.
Oh, 4 o'clock, 10 minutes. Okay. That's all. I'm telling they're standing here asking me, Deandra and Lindsay. So 4 o'clock-ish, 10 minutes. I'll come let you know when we're break. Yes. Oh, on that note, do you want Lauren to still create the other slides? She's on standby waiting, unless you already answered her. Like for top 40 birthdays, any of that, or is it just not at all?
Yeah, do they know it's not in person?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not going to be here, so
I'm going to be online just like normal.
okay. So let's do the top 40. Let's have Lauren take them through it. We have how long? We're going to start at 10 and we're done at noon, right?
Well, typically, yes, no later than noon. So depends how much time you need.
I need 1 hour.
Oh, okay. So you need an hour and a half. That's plenty of time. We only need like 15 minutes tops.
So
And
you
the
guys will start and then you will take it and then you will hand it over to me when you guys are done going through the top 40 and all of that.
Yep.
Okay.
It's only company-wide stuff. We're not doing any specific to any specific area.
Excellent.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Gracias. We have Cindy and Miguel working on packets right now, creating our one sheets and trying to get everything ready for my Tuesday and Thursday. And we have a very complex set of forms and on packets and trying to figure out processes and training. And they only gave these forms to us yesterday. We have 10 days to roll them out, which means we have to create our packets, update our forms, create our processes, and then train our agents all in that 10-day period. And some of the forms have been replaced and changed and modified. They rolled them out on Tuesday. They changed forms on Tuesday. They changed them again on Wednesday. They changed them again on Thursday yesterday morning. And I just got a message just now, and I'm not going to tell Miguel or Cindy this, that they're I don't understand what I read. It says to access June 10th meeting video and additional information regarding the updated contract forms, click here. Also, there will be a forms update webinar for Texas Realtors members on June 18th.
Which is the next business meeting.
I know. I mean, Texas Realtors could not be more in our way if they tried to back a bulldozer up to our front door and block it.
Every single time.
This is just, I mean, giving us 10 days to roll this out and train in business practices.
And you know that so many brokers out there don't even know, they're not even reading those emails.
Yeah, we have 2 agents that decided to leave us and they're on their 2-week notice. And they're both going to the same broker who called me day before yesterday and asked me for my help.
You don't have time.
Made me so angry. I mean, they don't know. I mean, I know that they know. I know that they know. And the fact that that broker called me and asking for my help, knowing that they're taking 2 agents from me, really made me mad. And I did help them.
I think the thing would be like, look, I know how I can really help you. How about you come over here? We combine our efforts and you come here. I don't know I don't know who it is, but maybe we don't want to. Anyway. Was there somewhere in your homework that said if you did your CXM upload, it was 1,000 points? Because I did not see that anywhere.
Which CXM? There was a homework that I said that they would give points. Which CXM upload?
I don't know. I can't find it, but she put 1,000 points
What do
for
you mean CXM update? What do you mean? I don't even understand what you're
upload or whatever.
upload of what?
I don't know either because I can't find where that's even mentioned. So
I did. I need to know what the points were for because I do remember having a big point thing. I don't know if it was for their database and meeting with Amy McAllister. Because I needed them calling their people and I told them you need to get with her so that we can get our data. I don't know if that's it. If that's it, I don't remember what the point value was, but I do remember making it something.
okay, so it was knock and she said,
Ask knock.
okay, I'll ask knock. Yeah, I don't know. CXM data upload is what she put in the description. I'll ask her.
I always wish we had just 2 more hours in the day. Who has been saying that their whole life? Okay. We watched a pro at work. Raise your hand if you felt like that was a pro at work. Uh-huh. They gave you now. She was a little breathy as she's walking through the hallway, but we're not going to discredit that, are we? All right, Amelia, you got your hand up. Right out of group, and then Kay.
Yeah. Well, I think our groups thinks this video is the spot on video. All the marketing points. She can get everything's point across, and she got the 5W, which is where, why, who, what, and when. So and then she took at every angles of this video. So I think this is the best marketing videos we have for for us as a listing. We can relate to that. So we ourselves can have it done.
Thank you. Who else is next? Kay, I think I saw your hand up and then come back down.
Yeah, I was agreeing with what you said about the video was really good. But yeah, she definitely pointing out those 5 W's that you said. What I did enjoy the most was the fact she started from outside. Basically, she was showing the neighborhood, and for people who like public transportation, it's like she was showing that you have accessible transportation. There are a lot of stores in that area. And then when you walk into the building, the whole way she was able to show that. So even if I don't go as a buyer, if I don't go and do a showing, I can see things that I already like that she was able to show me before I even, schedule a showing. So she did really well and make me feel like she's walking me into the property while she's walking. It's just the imagination to me was really good.
100% agreed. Who else got a hand they want to raise and walk us through this video? Meg.
Our group on a whole was, we enjoyed it. We thought it gave all the points that were necessary. Mike had a suggestion that perhaps, one person's idea of expansive is not another person's idea of expansive because that balcony was pretty small. But the one thing we did comment is we have no idea how much that property would be listed for. We'd have to call and find out that information. And some people may not want to call and find out that information, maybe because they feel like if you're not going to share that information up front, then perhaps it's way out of your range.
A rookie move is putting the price in the video or a price in the flyer. You never put a price in the video. You never put a price in the flyer. 3 reasons. 1, the minute she does a price reduction, she has to redo her video. The minute you do a price reduction, you have to throw away all your flyers and print new ones. And as an eco broker, we subscribe and promise that we're not going to do that very thing. So if we think that the price should be in the video, promise you 100% it should not. It should be in the ad that the video is associated with, if you're going to do that at all. And when you're doing an open house, do you leave the flyers out in the front, or do you take the flyers out of the box when you do an open house? The answer is you take the flyers out of the box when you do an open house. You make them come in and get the flyer from you and get the questions answered. Okay, that's marketing, real estate marketing 101. We're going to gear you guys with all of the things that you need to know. Okay, Stephen, we're going to go. We're going to talk to you, or we're going to hear from you, and then we're going to watch the next video, and then we're going to take you on break.
Yeah, there were a lot of good points in her video. Her transitions were really nice. Like she would put her hand up to the camera, and then the next shot is just the door opening. Yeah, I think that stuff's really cool. She used a lot of inclusive language, like that made you feel like you were already working with her. Like, let's go take a look at this. Like, we're in this together already. She's just kind of setting the stage that, you know, when you contact me to see this this apartment, then we are going to go walk through this together. I can expect to meet her at the front door to show me that.
Very, very important kind of language to be having, by the way, which is inclusive language. We're going to even talk more about that. All right, anybody else want to mention anything about this video before we watch the next one and me give you my 2 cents of the video? Nada? Nada, uno? All right. Does she seem like a professional agent? Would this video make you as a seller want to call her to list your property with her?
Yes.
If you're in the market to buy a condo, does she seem approachable? Does it make you want to call her? Just question. Do you have any questions about her ability, her commitment, or her ethics?
Nope.
Did she talk about how many homes she sold? Did she say about what a great agent she is and how many designations she is and how long she's been an agent, make it all about her? Nada uno. She made it about this listing, but she did it so well that you have absolutely no questions about her ability, her commitment, or her ethics, and you did not question whether or not she's a top producing agent or not, because you assumed that she was, because she was walking the walk. I hope.
Confidence in her walk.
Mm-hmm. It might be cold in Toronto, but the real estate market is hot. She just proved her geographic competency and her market knowledge. Just from the very thing that she said, I know this market. This market is melting ice. This is the kind of first mic drop kind of thing that you want to hear. Now, we're going to watch this next video, then we're going to go to break, but we're going to now hear from another, we're going to take the pendulum back the other way, and we're going to watch a different video from a different type of sales agent.
Everyone needs their sanctuary. Everyone needs a place that they can call home, that they can feel comfortable and be themselves. And I love envisioning that particular client in that home, you know, with their friends, with their family, how they're going to live there. My name is Stephanie McCarthy, and I'm a broker with Atlanta Fine Homes, Sotheby's International Realty. I grew up in a strong Midwestern family. I saw, you know, my parents giving their careers 110% and also their family 110%. And that's kind of the way I live my life. So my attitude is up early, attack the day, make sure I don't miss a thing. Typical day for me is filled with a lot of movement. I go to the gym, I go to the office, showing homes, I'm staging a house, and it just goes on and on and on, and I love it. It's just who I am. I started my real estate career in 2006, marrying my love of homes and design and architecture with my marketing background and my attention to detail. I've always loved real estate. I've always loved design. I've always loved different styles and architecture. And really, I think that started back when my parents built and designed our home. It was amazing to me that, you know, the piles of dirt and brick and wood and concrete then became this really backdrop of, you know, 25 years of my life. So to me, it's about so much more than just buying and selling real estate. It's really about building relationships and relationships that last. And so something that I have always done for my clients, after an initial meeting, I present them with an amazing floral arrangement. It's just part of the service that I provide, all in keeping with the theme of making them feel special. Family is so important to me, and I know how important it is to my clients, so finding a home that fits their lifestyle and will inspire them is my driving force every day. Failure is not an option for me, never has been, and it never will be.
Never make your tagline begin with failure. Okay, so what do you think about that video? We're gonna have dialogue for 3 minutes and then we're going on break. Do you feel like that was a really, if you took those two agents, would you hire agent 1 or agent 2? Hold up your hand. Anybody? All right, so, all right, put the hands down. Who would hire agent number 2? Okay. Who would hire agent number 1? Why? I want to hear from Mary Beth first.
She was talking about herself, not about the property.
Mary Beth, hello there.
Hi, Jack.
I'm just kidding you, Mohammed. Mohammed, give us 1 second. Let's get to Mary Beth and then we'll talk with you. Mary Beth.
I don't know. She just appealed to me more. She seemed to hit all the bases about her experience and why she was passionate about it. How she gives, you know, I thought about your 2 hours extra of the day. I thought, man, she squeezes all that into her 24 hours and gets all that done. So I don't know. It just impressed me more than the other.
Okay. I like it. Thank you. And there is no right or wrong answer here. So we're just talking about what the consumer and how the consumer is going to respond to the advertising and medium. Did she tell you in the second video what she's going to do for you? Did she talk about herself? Do you know about her past? Do you know about her background and what her day looks like? Do we know anything about what she's going to do for her client other than give them flowers? Okay, let's talk about that for a moment because we got 2 more minutes. I want to fill that meeting with productive stuff because if you are going to do a video, do you want to be likable? I look at these 2 videos back to back and you know what I think of? I think of Kim Olsen and Miss Venezuela. Because not Cassandra. Anyway, Miss Venezuela. That's what I think. I think you have someone who's super qualified maybe on one side, but the other person, I don't know about their qualification, but I certainly seem to like them more. Can't put my finger on it ever.
You know, the difference between both in from my point of view is one of them is telling you how she's qualified and what she can do, while the other one is doing it. That's the feeling I get from, I mean, obviously video 1, she's out there doing it, telling you, hey, this is what I have, this is who we are, we're gonna get through this together. While the second video is like, you know, this is what has got me here. Which are both great, but personally, I think I would have connected more with the first one.
What I want you guys to walk away with the second video is this one thing. If you're going to make a video all about yourself, you had better be relatable. The first video was not about her at all. It was all about the house, spunky and interesting, and you could see the energy that she had. She had that kind of spunk and pep in her step and interesting and professional. but it was not about her at all. In fact, all that we learned about her through the entire video was her name, that she lived in Toronto and she worked for a brokerage, and that's it. Everything was about all eyes, starry-eyed regarding 123 Main Street or whatever she said when you walked in. It was just interesting. But the second video was all about me. And in that video, if you're not relatable, it's going to be really hard to create an emotional connection. Raise your hand if you felt any emotional connection to video 2. Raise your hand if you felt some kind of emotional connection to video 1. So do you think that second video is bringing her any business? I'm going to say maybe. Maybe if someone already had an emotional connection with that agent and they're on their way to meet them and they watch that video, they're impressed by it and say this person has a really good work ethic, grounded in family values, has a history in real estate and building and construction, and seems to take care of herself and take care of her kids and seems to be wholesome. So I'm not hating her. I'm not disliking her, although there may be some people that do dislike her because they maybe feel like she makes them feel bad about themselves. But based on their own work ethic and their own values and their own, like, no, I feel like I'm going to be judged by this person. All right, we are officially on break tomorrow. I'm gonna have you take us to break.
Okay, well, I was just curious. The second lady, was she actually selling the home that she was working in? Because I was trying to figure out the whole time, was this a commercial about herself or is she selling this home? I didn't understand.
Commercial of herself.
Okay.
Agent bio video. Okay, 4:10, 4:20, we're gonna come back from our break. If you're in the building, you might hear a big bell going off for someone's first closing. So let's go do that.
Bye.
I'll talk to you on Monday. Bye. Deandra. Homework done. Elmer, homework done. Okay, we are back from break. Let me.
Welcome back. Back here where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I hope everyone's having fun today in class. This is one of those days where I think we get lots of dopamine. It's a fun day. We're going to hear from one of my friends. His name is Jason Campbell. He is the broker of Option 1 Real Estate. Now, we watched the video of the Canadian Pro, then we watched the video of the well put together Compass agent, no, Cooper Sotheby's agent. Now, we watched the very first one was not about her. We said we liked her a lot. We loved the property that she did and how she went about showing that property. Then we watched the second video that was all about her. Now we're going to watch another video, and this is one that uses humor. Humor is a very dangerous thing because it's not funny to everyone. Some of you are going to be very put off by this, and some of you are going to love him. This is going to be very interesting for you guys to watch. Isolde, Lisbeth, Ever, Tamika, I want to make sure, and Mike, I see all of your videos are off. All right, let's go and watch Jason Campbell.
San Antonio, Texas. It's one of the largest cities in the country, and it's a very special place because it feels like a small town. In San Antonio, we love our Spurs, we love our city, and we love our culture.
My name is Jason Campbell, broker of Option 1 Real Estate right here in San Antonio, and I'm a Platinum Top 50 realtor. And really good looking.
Really?
What do you mean, really? Let's talk about buying a home.
I'm a helpful guy to have with you when you're looking at homes. I used to be a home investor, so while you're checking out the aesthetics, I'm looking for cracks.
If you're looking to buy a home, here's why you want to work with this guy.
I like to make the process a lot of fun. I'll probably show up on a Harley wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I'm a bit of a smartass. It's the special sauce.
You're so tall. Do you play basketball?
Do you wrestle midgets?
My favorite part of working with buyers is no doubt the negotiation of the home. It's like the thrill of the hunt. I just want to see how far I can get the price down, and if I can get the seller to cover all the closing costs, make repairs, anything I can do to get you a better deal.
Here's what sets me apart from the river walk of realtors out there.
I don't know why it's such a novel concept, but I actually pick up the phone. It doesn't weigh 800 pounds. Maybe I'm just a little old school, but being easy to get a hold of and calling people right back seems to be a lost art.
To me, it's all about work ethic. A lot of times you got to be Johnny on the spot.
Especially in a market as hot as San Antonio, homes are selling really fast.
I have extensive experience in all aspects of real estate.
I handle everything from new construction to investment properties.
Let's flip the coin and talk about home sellers. Here's the problem.
Most agents do what I call the 3 Ps. They'll plant a sign in the yard, put it in MLS, and then pray that someone like me will come along and sell it.
Well, anybody can list a home and call me crazy. Didn't you hire me to sell it?
Real estate broker Jason Campbell has been in the business for almost 20 years. He says change is being seen in all aspects of the industry.
Not even 10 years ago, we were still sending out good old-fashioned postcards and mailers and printing out flyers and doing open houses. Technology has changed all of that. We do feature videos of all of our homes.
And not just those cheesy videos of still photos, but actual cinematic style videos. We even take those to the extreme. We like to use drones and 360-degree cameras to make sure your home stands out in the crowd. Then we plaster them all over the internet, social media, YouTube, you name it.
We are so good at it that even national level builders invite us to market their homes. When it comes to selling your home, our mission is clear. Sell it quickly and sell it for the most amount of money possible. I have a wife and 14 children. You know what 14 children is, right? It's motivation with a universal adapter. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, log on to our website, give me a call, or send me a text message.
Oh, so 14 children. Very expensive. Somebody just needs to shoot me already. You know that's a figure of speech, right? That I'm just kidding. Babe?
And there you have it. All right, putting you directly into group breakout sessions. I'm going to leave you in there for 6 minutes, less than 8, more than 5. Laura, what group were you in? I keep forgetting. Were you in 2? Welcome back. What'd you think about my friend Jason Campbell? I sold him.
We're talking about the guy that just the last video. Oh my God, where do we start? Well, as a group, we didn't think it was appropriate. I think it really threw us out. Like the shotgun was completely unnecessary. You know, the pointing the shotgun at him and like that kind of like threw us a little bit out. I believe that having a little humor and it's okay as long as you don't lose the professionalism. You know, there's a line, and it's good to use some sort of like cute humor here and there, but there's a line, and I think he crossed over to us as someone that is not worth it. You know, like doing push-ups with the phone. Like I answered the phone. Is that your value, really? Like with all this, kind of like with that attitude, we didn't feel comfortable if we would like trust our biggest asset with him. We thought that also, you know, with the 14 kids, unnecessary, you know, bringing just shoot me. That's your last line, and you're trying too hard to be funny at the end, you know, and it didn't make it for us.
Yeah. Okay. So I think these videos are helpful in when we watch them and we hear our classmates' response to them, because some of our agents might want to take humor too far. Some of them might want to make it all about us. Some of us might want to have a video that's just about the property and not any call to action at all. So as we watch these videos and we watch our classmates' reactions to them, it's going to help us frame exactly what our purpose is, not forget what the purpose is, and hopefully that these videos have value long into the future. And humor is a very dangerous thing because not everybody is going to subscribe to it, especially with cultural differences and different people. But he did say, you know, sorry, but my humor is a special sauce. You're going to show me up in a Hawaiian shirt and a Harley, and that's what you get with me. And if you don't like it, call someone else. It's a very interesting position, a very unforgiving perception, a devil may care attitude kind of thing. But I will also want to remember, does he just represent himself? And did he make the entire video about himself?
Yes.
I don't know that I'd want to be as an agent who had a brokerage video that made it all about the broker and did that kind of thing. I'm not sure he's done himself any favors because he does have 40 agents that he sponsors and responds for. Okay, so what else? What are some other comments we have? But he's a really great guy, by the way. Tomorrow.
I thought that his comment about the do you wrestle midgets? It made me cringe a little bit. Yeah, it was too much for me.
Do we want cringeworthy in our video?
No.
Now, let's talk about something that he did really well. What was something that he did really well? Do you remember?
Yeah, he said, while you guys are looking for, I can't remember exactly, but while you guys are looking for like cosmetic, he's looking for, you know, like the deeper problem in the house.
Okay.
And,
Looking for crack.
yeah. And, I feel like we getting stuck into like his personality, you know, the fact that he's trying too hard, but that's who he is, right? Like, I don't think you can change just from today to tomorrow how you are, but he must be doing something right. If you have a brokerage for 20 years and, you know, he has 40 agents, that means he's doing, you know, he's doing something good that we're not seeing because we just getting focused on the fact that he's trying too hard and maybe not that funny.
So I haven't heard, I completely agree. There are things that he does great. He's also PT50 agent, and for those of you who knows what that means, you know what that means. Okay. Question. I still have statement. I still haven't heard the one thing that he said in the video that was the most profound thing, that was the value proposition of why a seller would want to hire him and why an agent would want to go there, if at all. Let's start with Jamar, then Ever, and then Mike, and then we're gonna cut this one off and go to the next video.
He said that he would answer the phone.
I think that's important, but I think there's one that's even more valuable than that. But we didn't even catch it. It's funny how something so profoundly valuable could be just not even rememberable ever.
Is it him? I'm talking about his marketing and how he's in a video and he's not gonna just have still shots of the property. That's
Along
what
those
stood out
lines.
to me.
But there was something else he said at the end that's even more valuable.
Can I mention something real quick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get quick. You know, as we talk about this, I keep thinking like my personality is nothing like this last video. And then the girl that went, the January 6th realtor who got herself incarcerated. I don't condone, promote any of that stuff. Actually, my thought process is total opposite. But I was just thinking, they say that there's a market for everything and everyone, right? Obviously, these folks that think totally different than me are doing something right. So where, I guess, where do you draw the line where you become too unprofessional, or who determines that? I mean,
so Ever, I think that the person who I showed the pro, the Canadian agent, I think that she has a universal appeal, and we should be not trying to be all things to all people, but that universal appeal, interesting, on point, neighborhood specialist, make it about the property, and be that professional is going to universally appeal to all people. The more you pepper in too much paprika or too much cayenne pepper or too much whatever sauce, it's going to make people who don't like that sauce shy away. There is a thing as universal appeal, and we need to understand what that is, and it's ethics, professionalism, and that little pep in your step, energetic, nice, smiley, which we learned from Vanessa Van Edwards. Universally, people like people who smile when they talk and are happy and are professional.
And that should be the goal. Yep.
100%. And that is certainly the goal here. Okay. The thing, Mike, I'm gonna call on you. I'm gonna finish it up with him.
Oh, well, you were asking about what he did well, and besides saying that he always picked up the phone quickly and answered, I also felt like he went into what a good negotiator he was to make sure that his clients got the best deals, whether they were the buyer or the seller.
I think he went too far with that.
But I couldn't stand the domestic violence part was a problem for me.
I think there's a lot of people, I think, not to get into politics, but well, let's just bring it down to geographic. I think your Seattle, your California, your DC, your Florida buyers are going to be put off by that video extremely. And those are the buyers who are coming here with the most money. So I think he's hurt himself and his business with that video out there, and he doesn't care. And I think that there's a lot of local people who will appreciate that he doesn't care, but it wasn't necessary, and it was so unnecessary that it caused problems where there shouldn't have been in the first place. With the universal appeal, hold on, I've got an open mic and I can't hear myself talk. Okay. The thing that he said was, our marketing is so good that nationwide builders reach out to us to market their properties. That just slipped by all of you. You didn't even...
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear them say that at all.
I heard him say, but you're right.
Our marketing, in fact, our marketing is so good that nationwide builders...
Someone like me years. He says change is being seen.
Put it in MLS. New construction, especially in a market as hot as San Antonio, homes are selling really fast.
I have extensive experience in all aspects. We sell it for the right? It's motivated us to market.
Drones and 360-degree cameras to make sure your home stands out in the crowd. Then we plaster them all over the internet, social media, YouTube, you name it.
We are so good at it that even national level builders invite us to market their homes.
That is the most profound, that's the biggest value add, and you guys didn't even hear it because there was so much noise in that video that the value proposition was completely lost in that message. And there were so much other things. Now, whether some of you will appeal to, and that's fine, that's great, humanity, right? Some of you you'll be completely put off by that, also humanity. But the question is was it necessary? Now, I want to be very clear with my words. I'm not telling people not to be exactly who and what you are, but I am saying that some things may be unnecessary. Would you agree with that? Okay. Having your wife come at you with a shotgun in your video might be unnecessary. We're going to, Dimitri, I'm going to have you put your hand down for this one, Mike too. We're going to move on to the next one. Put your comments in the chat, and after we watch this next video, I will read them. All right, this next video, very interesting. Again, we're going to see two sides of the same professional. So we saw different sides of people where you got to kind of see who and what they are. Now we're going to watch two videos. And after we watch the two videos, we're going to see two so different sides of the person that you don't even know who they are anymore. So that is also going to be something.
Hi, I'm Riley LePage, and I'm standing in what could very well be your next condo. It has a washroom, a balcony. It has not one, but 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a freshly renovated living room, just for you. But don't forget the amenities, like a pool.
Did you know that doing the breaststroke can burn up to 0.36 calories per stroke? That's almost as many calories as if you were
Hitting balls in this terrific tennis court. And if that's not enough, you could lift things up and put them down in this fabulous fitness facility. And after getting your pump on, maybe you can go grab some lemons at the grocery store that's like 2 minutes away. After all, when life gives you lemons. Make your way to the train station, which is literally right across the street. You never know who you might run into. And when you're only 5 minutes away from the university, there's no need to nap on a dirty bench. I'm Riley LePage, and you want to buy this condo? Call me.
Could you imagine a seller saying something like this? Good grief. Could you imagine that? All right, this is what I find from this video. A third of the class fall in love with him. A third of the class can't take him seriously. And a third of the class go, meh. What are your thoughts? Raise your hand if you're a third of the class that fell in love with him. I saw 2 hands start to go up, but then thought I'm not going to be the only one that raises my hand. All right. So do you think that this, he told a pretty good story. He was out there and told the story, didn't he? But do you think it was effective?
Yes. I think falling in love, I didn't fall in love, but I liked the presentation. I thought he took advantage, and the condo was very small. I think his presentation allowed some humor and to take it lightly. He showed off some of the features, but then it had some setbacks. And I think the way he presented it was genius, actually.
Okay, Ever has a boy crush. I get it. Steven?
A what?
A boy crush.
Oh, okay. But I'm not in love.
Steven?
I don't think that he's far off of the mark. For me, I think like the audio quality in some of the places that he was speaking, particularly in the pool scene, or like in the gym, you could hear the fan running. So maybe overdubs, like if he was just lifting the weights and focusing on that, and he's just talking in the background and then like looks up and smiles, like, so it's nice to see the amenities in use. But yeah, the diminished audio quality kind of stood out for me in those parts.
So all of you you would all be able to take him seriously as a professional? Raise your hand if you take him seriously as a professional. Okay, we've got 3. 3 guys. Is this a boy and girl situation? If girls, raise your hand if you think he's credible. Okay, Janice says yes. And raise your hand if you think no.
I don't want to say I don't find him credible. I just think he's very cringy. Like if I met him in public and he was kind of, talking like that, I'd be like,
thank you for voicing that.
A little bit cocky too.
agree with you.
Yeah.
He's in
Sarcastic, yeah.
He's in the mirror combing his hair, and I think
Like,
this is your next
Coney.
show.
Come on.
I mean,
And he was being sarcastic. Why would an apartment or a condo not have a kitchen? Like,
where you have to waft the smell from the oven.
yeah.
It's so small. You're trying to sell such a small space that you don't want them to take it too seriously. In my
okay.
opinion.
So should he be with the shirt off in the pool? Should he be pointing out the homeless people on the park? Should he be pointing out the girl going down the stairs? Should he be staring at himself in the mirror, combing his hair, staring at himself? All right, those things are the cringe factors. But what he did good was show the property, show the neighborhood, show who the prospective buyer is. He did that. But again, I'm getting, that's one perspective of him. And some of us might think that's cringeworthy and other people might really like him. But let's watch a different side of him, and it's going to maybe change your opinion. And then you have to ask yourself, was the first video, which is really going to be the one people are ultimately going to watch, do you think another seller would hire him to sell their condo?
From a young age, I knew that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and Calgary's got this amazing entrepreneurial spirit that goes right along with my marketing degree and with real estate. So basically, I make a living helping people and interacting with them, and to me, that's better than any office job. I'm Riley LePage, and I'm a realtor with RE/MAX Real Estate Central. First of all, I'm super easy to get a hold of. That's become such a big issue these days, just somebody that picks up their phone. I try and mix the best of the old with the best of the new, and I think having a marketing degree from U of C and that hard work mentality really gives an edge for myself and for my clients, whether they're buying or selling, especially with today's technology and just the rate of change in the marketplace. I love the challenge, and in this industry, you're only as successful as you want to be. So when you're hiring a realtor, that's an investment, and it's who can provide the best value for your investment. I love working with people, and I know that I can do that every time.
All he needs is a little Jack in his life, and he could have had that polished and perfect. Look, we want to put our best foot forward. We want to put our client, remember, we represent our firm, we represent our profession, and we represent our client. And we can have universal appeal. We can throw some of our personality in there, which is necessary. But we need to talk about the market. We need to talk about what's going on with the property and what its benefits are and get people excited about it. And we can sell ourselves through every single one of our videos. Remember what Diego Ojeda did. He was in the properties in the very beginning, and he was showing everyone, this is how much $8,500 will get you in Austin, Texas, and shows the different properties. Then we saw all kinds of other videos that were maybe a little bit iffy on whether we connected with them, whether we liked them, whether likability was there, whether they were too funny or inappropriate, whether it was all about them, whether it was completely devoid of people all together and had no idea what they were selling, or Randy LePage, who now has given us two sides of him and we don't know who he is. Is he the sarcastic guy that tried to do a beta test video that thought he was funny? Or is he the serious guy with a marketing degree that really wants to be a successful professional real estate agent? We don't know. So do you think that based on the videos and the flavor of the day that you could send mixed messages and now people don't know who you are? So this means that we don't just wing our marketing. If you're going, do you think that Dell and HP and Apple, they just wing it? Say whatever they think comes flying out of their mouth in the moment? Because that very last segment that he said it made absolutely no sense. Listen to his tagline. What he says, I do that every time. What was that about?
For your investment. I love working with people, and I know that I can do that every time.
I love working with people. I know I can do that every time. That was his final thoughts. It didn't even make sense. He had no idea what he was going to say in that moment. He had no idea what his articulated value proposition is, but he wanted to get video out there because he has a marketing degree. He knows how important it is, but he doesn't know what his value proposition is. He also doesn't know that he's a real estate agent because he kept calling himself a realtor all the way through the video. You guys know better. You guys know better now. And you can watch these other videos, and I'm not dismissing them because he's done more than 99% of agents. He filmed a video and put it out there in the world to see. However, you need to rewind before that and put some concentrated thought into your value, why you're in the business, so that when you put this video out there, there's no missed messages. You're exactly on point with your message. You know what it is that you're trying to serve with your business. You've got your goal board up there and you're looking at it and you know your why. All of those things come together to make a very powerful video. And Miss Toronto, she knew exactly what she was doing. Jana.
I think for me, I related to him because I have a 21-year-old son and I've worked with kids for 19 years. So I can see how they can be serious and be silly at the same time, but still be an intelligent being that can do the job, if that makes sense.
I have nothing but respect for Mr. LePage. I think that if he had just a little bit of coaching, it could have been the difference between some people thinking he's cringy and people looking at him and saying this is a very bright young man that's going to have a bright future. Because if a segment of the population feel like he's cringy, then he's lost, because he just lost an entire segment completely unnecessarily. I mean, some of you, like I said, some of you are gonna love it, some of you are gonna hate it, some of you are like, I don't care. The question is, I want you to see that, not to judge him, not to judge any of these videos or any of these professionals that have done these videos. I want you, when you're doing yours, to have thought this all the way out when you do your videos. That is the number one purpose. And it's funny because I get through Mega and I see so many people really judging these guys, and then they never do a video themselves. So the question is, are you going to do a video, and is your video going to be better? And if it is, you're going to get Mega points. But I don't want you to do your video until after you've done your goal board, because I want you to have your value proposition down perfectly before you put out a video out there, because then you've done things in the right order. Jamara.
So I'm definitely planning on doing a video.
Woo!
But now I'm a little nervous. So do you feel like we should run our videos by like Deandra or you or someone else before we post them, just to make sure that we are not very cringeworthy?
Tomorrow, there is nothing going to be in your video that's even remotely going to be cringeworthy. I can promise you that. Your video is going to be stellar. I think that if you're a person that cares if it's cringeworthy, you're going to do exactly what Jamara said, and you're going to say, maybe I should have someone else look at it. If you're someone that says, I don't give a flip, maybe you should have someone else look at it. I'm going to use that as your litmus test. Fair enough? Because maybe we don't have the perfect filter on that. Now we're going to look at a very old video. I know we're running out of time. This is a very impactful video. It's one of my favorite videos of all time because it shows the value proposition of a real estate agent who's really focused on ethics and doing the right thing. And I want you to focus in on something that the interviewer, who is a journalist, journalism is supposed to be rooted in ethics. For those of you like me who were born in the 1970s, the early 70s, we used to believe that journalism was something and that there was a code of ethics and a standard. Maybe that's not the case anymore. I don't know what the younger generations think about journalism, but certainly in the 90s, when this video was taken, we had the likes of Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather and 60 Minutes. He's passed away now, but in any case, people who came from the world of journalism, this particular journalist asked him a question and he gave her the right answer. And she said, no, it's got to be more than that. And he said, no, actually, you're wrong. That's exactly what it's about. And it makes me so happy that he did that. And he knows his value proposition so well. And he knows the importance of ethics in business, because he said nothing is more important than ethics, period. And he could not be more right. And he schooled her. And I want you to watch this video because there's a few tangents in here and it goes on a little bit long, but this is at a time where you didn't have an iPhone and can pull out video. This is where a camcorder was on a tripod and weighed 50 pounds. So a different time, it was a little bit more deliberate to get video like this, but let's watch it because we also at that time, maybe people were even less comfortable in being in front of the camera. Chris Cortaz.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm a nice guy. That's why I said when I eventually leave my body, I don't want someone to say, oh, he was the #1 real estate agent. It would be the nicest compliment to say, what a nice guy Chris Cortazzo was.
Chris Cortazzo is Coldwell Banker's top real estate agent in the world, with more than $1.5 billion in sales. And he's only been selling homes in Malibu, his hometown, and other affluent areas in Southern California since 1994. He also starred in the first season of Bravo's $1 Million Listing in 2007.
Everyone wants to know the secret to my success, and it's just a lot of hard work, and it's integrity.
But there has to be something more than that, because a lot of people work really, really hard. A lot of people are dedicated. A lot of people are working 24/7.
Right.
What is it about you that you really think is the secret to your success here? Is it that most of the other real estate agents aren't from Malibu?
Integrity is critical. If you have integrity and you have the reputation, everything else will follow through. And no deal and no commission is as important as my reputation.
How did you get into real estate?
I got into real estate because I worked with this famous photographer by the name of Herb Ritz, and he photographed every celebrity or notorious person in the world. And I was working on every shoot, and everyone knew I was born and raised in Malibu. And they said, well, Chris, where should I buy a home? You know Malibu so well. And I'd say, well, what's your criteria? And before I even got into real estate, I would guide them into these different areas. And all of a sudden, the light bulb went off, and I said, I should go into real estate.
Do you remember that very first sale of yours? Can you take us back to that day and what that was like for you and why it inspired you to continue down this path?
I do remember my first sale. I was actually with Herb and one of his clients, Richard Gere.
Were you a real estate agent at that point?
I was.
Okay, just making sure. You were a full-fledged.
I was. And there was a discussion whether this house was still there or there was a rumor that it burnt down. And I said, I just kayaked by it 3 days ago. The house is standing and it's for sale for $5 million. So I showed up with the client, showed him the house. The business manager came along, liked the house. It was my first sale. It was the easiest transaction in the entire world. I didn't realize that real estate was going to be so challenging from that moment on.
What was your most memorable sale, aside from your first one? Was there some sale where you thought, really, did this just happen?
Well, there's one story that I could share with you that my clients had a pawn shop, and they had this dog named Margot, who was an attack dog. And I didn't realize I opened the house up and walked through the whole house, turning on the lights, opening doors, and I called my assistant, and she said, oh my gosh, the client's on the phone. You got to get out of the house. You're not in the house. And I said, I'm in the house, and I was at the bar, and I was panicking. I was crawling up on the counter.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And they connected me to the client, and they said, get out of the house. And I just remember crawling up on this counter going, it's my birthday. And I had a choice of whether to try to make it out the front gate or run to the garage where she was fortunately sleeping. And you know in those movies when you're running down
dog.
And you're going in slow motion trying to get, and she woke up and she was running across a 3-car garage as I was running down the hallway. I just closed the door as she hit the door.
You're kidding.
No, but if I tried to make it out the front gate, I could have been mauled. So that was a memorable story, real estate.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but obviously you got out okay, and I guess
I have a little bit of a limp.
So back to you personally, what was the real turning point in your career?
I think in 2000, I would say, I had 7 escrows in January, and in that 1 week, all 7 fell out. And most people would stand back and say, oh, this is not my year, I should take this year off, or maybe real estate's not for me. The way I was brought up, everything happens for a reason, and I turned every one of those failures into an advantage, and it turned out to be my best year. It was the first year I was the #1 agent in Malibu, and I was probably at that time 3rd in the company. And it's just amazing the power of thought and how I turned a negative into a positive, and that was my turning point in my career. Well, there's another example, and I don't want to cry on camera, but I lost my dad in 2009, and it was the most trying year. I mean, it just seemed like the world was falling apart. It was a devastating event for me, and I was completely winded, and my mom was hurt in the process, and so it was just, my whole universe collapsed. And my business manager came in and said a week later and said, Chris, you have to get back to work.
Jump right back in.
You have to get back to work. You know, Rome is going to crumble. I have all these people that I employ and everyone depends on me, and you have to get back to work. And I picked up the pieces and I just forced myself to go into it. And, you know, when your universe collapses at a moment like that, and you can pick yourself back up and complete what you're good at and put your energy into different areas, it really helped me. And I think when you have an experience like that and you can pick yourself up, you're that much stronger. And that's what my dad would have wanted anyway. But that was an example.
And now he's here cheering you on.
He's really
as number
happy.
one.
Yeah. He never saw me as number one, but he was proud of me on every sale or whatever I did.
All right, so Chris Cotalzo, still a real estate agent today, still in Southern California. I'm still one of the top producers. So we saw a lot of different videos today, didn't we? A lot of very different takes, a lot of different approaches to a video. We had an interview style where someone interviewed a real estate agent and asked them about their success, which is very, very, those types of videos usually work very well. You can interview a lender, you can interview an inspector, you can interview a title rep, or vice versa, and put those out there and have 3 or 4 questions. What do you contribute to your success? Why are you in this business? And the more that you've put thought into your value proposition and what it is to be a real estate agent and all of that, you're going to be a lot more accomplished and a lot more articulate in those types of meetings. And the more you're out in the world and being in your city council meetings and getting out there and having conversations about what's going on in your community, that helps you. Hearing other professionals speak and getting involved in your community, having more things to talk about. We've seen videos where it was all about them, kind of a life cycle and the day in life of a real estate agent in the background, where you watched the Sotheby's agent talk. I know the one that Mary Beth really liked, and some of you didn't think was quite so effective because it was kind of all about her. We don't know what we get with her. We don't know what she's going to provide. We just know a lot about her and her background. Might be a good video if we've already chosen to hire her and we just want something to confirm that, you know, she's got not the credibility, that she's wholesome and that we want that person representing us in the future for this first transaction. Then we saw the condo. We saw the condo sell. We're trying to be a little bit funny and maybe a little cringeworthy, maybe not. And then we saw his other video where we're just kind of focused on himself, but still wasn't quite very polished. But you know, here's a young entrepreneur coming up the ranks and trying to figure it out, and certainly wasn't bad. We saw a really effective one with the agent in Toronto, just making it all about the property. We saw one without any pizzazz at all, and it was just a beautiful property. We didn't even know it was for sale. Then we saw the original luxury listing that was really, really interesting, but it really had a very, very highly targeted audience that some people liked and some people didn't. And then we have our friend from San Antonio, and tried to use humor, and maybe it's backfired, no pun intended, on him a little bit. So I want you to put thought into all that we've learned today. And of course, Diego Ojeda as a new agent, brand new, just out the gate, no transactions, out there getting a huge following in social media, having the right kind of call to action. Think about what you want your reputation to be, because today's about reputation management. We saw agents who were out there storming the Capitol. We saw agents putting billboards out that, Hey, Montgomery, don't like the outcome of the mayor? Call me. I'll help you sell your house. Not funny, not a platform that you want to build your business on because it's going to fail. Someone out there selling drugs and have guns in their car gets arrested and saying I'm a real estate agent. And he had been a real estate agent for a long time and actually was actively helping buyers and sellers sell home, but he apparently had another business that uh, he was also putting time in and landed himself in federal prison. So as you get through this week, at this weekend and next week, I want you guys to be thinking even more about the kind of video, who you want to appeal to, how you can think about being uniquely yourself, but also universally appealing, so that when people see your video, they want you to list their home. When people see your video, they want to hire you to represent them as a buyer agent, and that video and the time and the energy that you put into that video is going to continue bringing you clients, not being divisive and separating and making your customer pool smaller and smaller because there are things in it that offended people, because those things that offended people are not, and other people like them, it doesn't make them like you so much that um, that it does the other side, which can take account for the people that you've lost. So I hope we take some things to heart from that. You don't have to be the expert in the video either. You can do videos on golf courses, subdivisions, restaurants in town, hot topics that are going on, new construction neighborhoods that have just popped up, and interview the new construction person. Ask an expert video, which is a video series with industry pros, and we have a lot of preferred vendors here that have actually a lot of experience from our agents coming out of Mega and pestering them about this very thing. So they've got quite a bit of experience in doing that now, which is our lenders, title reps. And then we have inspectors, attorneys, photographers, stagers. Think about interesting things that are going on and get that content out there. We saw a couple of videos today about the importance of an inspection, what the results were of the water heater. Seemingly looked fine on the outside, but had 8 inches, 10 inches of calcified, of hard calcium in the bottom of it from just not having a water filter. And also the 2x4s that had completely been eaten away by termites and wood destroying insects, and how important it is for a buyer to get in a home inspection, but for us to show that out there in the world. What a valuable thing. And if you're doing a home inspection and get permission from the parties, throw that video out there and use it to bring you more business. Because in the world of reputation, it can take a lifetime to build a reputation and an instant to obliterate your reputation. And if you're putting content out there, you're not putting it out there to obliterate your reputation or with the goal of, making people think ick. You want people to respond kindly to you and want to use your services. So let's figure out how to keep it about the services, keep it about the product, and elevate you in the process. And that certainly can be done. Lisa is going, I'm going to go through 2 more minutes of this. Over time, sometimes people change. And we certainly do change. The high school version of ourselves is not the same version of us that's in college. Would you agree with that? The same version when we get out of college and we become a young parent, perhaps, that becomes a different version of us as well. Yes? And then we get a little bit older, maybe become a empty nester. All of a sudden, there's a new version of ourselves all over again. And so as time change, sometimes we're looking back at ourselves at a legacy version of ourselves that may not even be who we are anymore, because we don't get to see our blind spots. Other people see our blind spots for us. So over time, some people evolve and get better, and some people fail and crash. That's just the nature of what humanity is. But do you know who it is that you are today? Again, change is inevitable. Before 1998, before the invention of Google, the world was different. And now the world has changed after that. And do we identify with who we are now, or a legacy version of ourselves? And I want you guys to think about that. What are your likes and dislikes, and have they changed? I saw a very cool Facebook post, and I'm going to read it to you, and I meant to add it to my slide, but I didn't get to it. And it was a question that somebody asked, and I looked at that question. I said, What do you still have in common with the teenage you? And that's a very thought-provoking question, especially for those of you who are further and further away from the teenage version of yourself. What do you have in common with the teenage version of yourself? Sometimes when we look back at the legacy perspective of ourselves, we still think of ourselves as a certain age, but we're not that age anymore, and maybe we're not even that person anymore, and we haven't even reconciled that. And that's where these really cool personality tests come in. There's a personality color test, there's a disc test. Lisa is going to take you guys through on Mega Mini the personality test. And you're going to circle some words on a page. It's going to tell you your color code. And then we're going to put you in groups of your color. And we're going to break down what that really means. And your color is very interesting in yellow, red, green, or blue. Yellow is your happy people, likes to be involved in people. Green is your super analytical. Blue, very much like rules and processes. And red is your drivers. Those are going to be your leaders. And we all have a color mix. Maybe we're a little yellow and a little red. Maybe we're a little bit yellow and blue. Very seldom are we all of something. And this becomes interesting to find out what color code you are, and then reading what that means. And it helps you understand yourself better, but it also helps you kind of get an idea of how other people are and why they are the way they are. There's a book that I'm going to ask you guys to read, and it says you really want to know not anything other than how your customers buy. And knowing their color helps you understand how they make purchases and why they make purchases and how they talk and how they go about their day and how they communicate with you and questions they ask. Sometimes you can really quickly and easily kind of get an idea of who they are, and then you understand their motivations. Are they all about the emotional aspect of it? Are they all about the numbers? And how do they like negotiate? And these are very important things that salespeople need to know, and this is part of salesperson training. We're going to give you this salesperson training as partly homework. We're going to do the group together so that you guys can see what your color code is. Sometimes we can fit that into this class and sometimes we can't. No way we're going to be able to do that today. There have been times that I've taken Mega 45 minutes or even an hour past class. But this month being what month it is, where we're rolling out new forms and we have all the things that are going on, that's just impossible for that. So we're going to be using and utilizing Mega Minis more for some of this stuff than we have in the past. So Lisa, I know you've got a lot going on in Mega Minis. Do you want to talk to them about Tuesday and Thursday? At least Tuesday is going to be your goal boards. Is that right?
Yeah, it's going to be a busy day because Tuesday is our monthly business meeting, and you don't want to miss that because Jack's going to be talking about all the new forms that are out. So you've got to be there for that. Then after so that's at 10, and it'll go to probably, I'm going to say between 11:30 and noon at the longest. Mega Minis, then we'll take a little break, but we'll start Mega Minis. We're going to start with the color, where he just talked about the personality test on the color wheel, basically. And then once we've completed that, then we'll break into groups. Here in the Austin area, Lauren will be running making your little vision boards, and then we'll be in the Houston area doing that as well. And then anybody who doesn't want to come in person, that's fine. We talked about that, not a problem. And then if you have any questions, just remember you're going to post them up. When you don't even have to wait till Tuesday to do your vision board if you don't want to. Just post it into the Teams 14 for Mega and inspire everybody else and share. It would be great. And then we've got some other things going on in Houston after that. So
yep. And so the rest of that entire day is all about this color personality assessment. So we will take you through the color personality assessment, and then we're gonna get out the other side of that, and we're gonna talk about reputation management and how important it is that you guys are blogging and filling your website with content. I always show you guys Zach here because he's done a couple blogs. He's got himself in first position and third position for our Realty Texas website. Same thing for me, position number 1 for me. Same thing for Michelle LaFortune. Same thing for Michael Potter. You guys Google your name, come a realtor, Google your name. You should find yourselves in first position. And if you're not, then I really need you to subscribe to Deandra and her a blogging class so that you can do a blog to get yourself up there, which is pushing more content down on the social media channels so that you can fill page 1 with productive content regarding your business and the importance of the search results and where you should be putting your content, and how these websites will help you. We're going to share with that you as partly in Mega Mini and also partly in Monday's class. I'm going to return to this and finish a couple of slides here and watch a video because your legacy is really what you leave behind. Today was all about legacy. It was about marketing yourself, about getting yourself out there, productive ways to do it, understanding your value before you do it, put some really concentrated thought into what your marketing plan is going to be, and then having a very cohesive marketing plan. Diego Ojeda, a brand new agent, just came out of marketing school. We showed you 4 videos that he did already coming out the gate. Very concentrated effort that he's putting into those. I want you guys to have a very concentrated effort into the videos that you're going to do, because it is essential that you guys have video, especially those of you who are just entering the business today and plan to be in here in the next 25, 30 years. Video is going to be something that you need to do. That's why we have Deandra, full-time staff person here, helping you guys with video, ideas on video, and there's going to be more and more classes about that. She's going to have a video class next week that is specifically designed for my mega students to help you guys get more ideas about how to get that magic shot that you want. So with that, we are now officially end of class. Thank you for braving Mega a little bit longer than usual. It's almost 5:30, so I appreciate your flexibility. I'm going to start doing your mega exam right now. I will push that out to you guys so you have it in the next hour. And I look forward to seeing you guys in Mega Mini tomorrow. And then, I mean, well, first of all, I'll see you guys back for Mega on Monday morning. We're going to go through this other segment, and then on Mega Mini on Tuesday, I'm really looking forward to seeing the result of your goal board, and then the understanding the personality tests. We're going to take that, and then we're going to have you take it home and apply that to your spouse and have them do the color personality, and then talk about the differences. And then maybe even the kids talk about the differences and have a family fun project out of that. And then we will be hearing you bring that back to class and talk about how that went. It's going to be very eye-opening for all of you. I'm going to stick around for about 10 minutes to answer questions that you have, because we talked about a lot of content today, kind of on fast forward. So officially end of class. Thank you, everyone. And if anybody has questions, let's
I have one thing to say. If anybody would like to shadow an open house on Sunday in Red Rock, Elisa St. John has offered, and she's amazing. She goes the extra mile. She'll really teach you some fun tricks and things that we do to capture those buyers and sellers. So if anybody is interested, Elisa St. John, just reach out.
And I just want to say something about Elisa St. John. Actually, thank you, Lisa, for bringing that up. Our code of ethics says that we're going to continually give back. And people like Elisa St. John and even Mary Beth are continually helping our agents and continually giving back. Nobody asked Elisa St. John to do this, but at least once a month, or even sometimes more often, she sends out an email to the entire company and says, hey, if you guys want me to help you learn how to do an open house, come shadow me. And there's not a lot of agents that are that giving of their time and want to help people as much as some of those agents. So I'm really appreciative of Mary Beth and Elisa St. John, Lisa Ormsby, and all kinds of agents here that are really giving of their time. So That's the culture that we're trying to build here, is all of us supporting each other, helping each other, and wanting each other to succeed. So if there's something that you're really good at, and you know you're really good at, and you've got the ability to share that with others, and you do that, just know it's appreciated. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Jack. Have a great weekend, everyone.
You
Hopefully
too.
we're doing lots of open houses this weekend.
Yay.
Thanks a lot,
Right.
guys.
So who's got questions for me? Anybody?
It was awesome.
It is my fun.
I think so.
No one needed me this time. Okay. See you all.